Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ted Santos, and I am your host. And I am the host of Straight Talk. And Straight Talk is the talk show that is made for men, it's made by men, and we welcome women to join our conversations, our interactions, our dialogue, our discourse. Straight Talk is a place where men can actually speak very straight, to speak like men. Straight Talk is the place where men do not have to look for their feminine side. It's a place where men can actually be men and express themselves as men. And it's a place where women can literally learn what men are really thinking. So, welcome to Straight Talk, the talk show that is made for men by men. It is a place for men to be able to exchange ideas and have better understandings as to what's happening in the environment we have. By men sharing that kind of knowledge and intelligence, it makes men more aware of what's happening around them and puts them in a much better position to make decisions about how they want to move forward in their life, whether it's their career, their families, relationships, friends. It is the place where men gather knowledge and intelligence, and they get to be able to express themselves exactly the way men were made to be. There's no reason for a man to have to search for his feminine side while women are out there looking for a masculine side that they don't have, and yet they tell us we're toxic for being masculine. What's going on, SW? Thanks for joining. And I think you're going to like this topic. I'm encouraging people to call in. What's going on, Justin? Hey, man, thanks. What's up, man? What's up? Good to see you here. So I want this show to be extremely interactive. What's going on, Lando? I'm encouraging men. We need to have a man-to-man conversation. And the title of the show is A Man-to-Man Conversation is a time for all men to take the red pill. And if you see, I posted a photo with this, and you see Neo from the Matrix reaching for whether he's going to take the blue pill or the red pill. What's going on, Chris? Thanks for joining. And this is an opportunity for men to really sit down and talk and share things as men so that men can make better decisions. Like, here's the fact. We live in a civilization, and I can take you to any civilization around the world. I've been to several countries, I've lived in many, and I promise you, every last one of those nations were built by men. Men build them, men maintain them, and then they build a military to protect them. And you have a smaller protective military called the law enforcement, and there are many levels of that. Men have created all of those things. So ultimately, it's us who are going to have to hold our society accountable for living within, I want to say, common sense values that work, instead of us experimenting with things that just absolutely don't work. We've tried some things for several decades, it's not working. And for those who want to do something experimental, there are lots of islands you can move to. And perhaps it's time for men to have that kind of attitude that we built it, we own it, we're accountable for it, the buck stops with us. So this is an opportunity for men to share and engage. And for any men who are sitting on the fence and not sure, you're raised in a single mother household, or you're raised in a household where your mother wore the pants and you're not really sure how to stand strong as a man and hold society accountable. That means men, women, and children. Well, this is a place for us to actually have that conversation. And today we're going to have a man-to-man. At the same time, I invite women who may be struggling to understand where men are right now. I invite you to join us and be part of this conversation so that you can have a much better understanding. And either you're going to support us, or you can pack up and leave. And I understand many of you won't do that because you don't want to have to drill for your own oil and mine your own iron ore and copper and grow your own food. Men do all those things. You don't want to have a military. Yeah, actually, that's a good one, SW, because I literally pulled that up already. I'm going to actually define red pill. Let me do a screen share so you won't think that I'm just coming out my butt with this. So before I start letting people in to call, and there are two ways that you can join the conversation. One is you can call in at area code 323-642-1387. That's 323-642-1387. I see we have a few callers. I ask that you, if you haven't already, smash the like button as you come in. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, subscribe to it. And share this one. Share it with men and women, because this is a conversation for adults to be part of. And this conversation may get very firm, and there may be a stand that has to be taken so that the point can be made clear. So I invite men to be in here. If you have sons who are young, I invite them to join. If they want to join the conversation, they can. If they just want to listen, I'm great with that. If you want to catch me on Instagram under Santos_Ted, I'm streaming live there also. But I really like to have the participation of men first and then bring in the women. So let's talk about what red pill is first. So I'm doing a screen share. And red pill, used to refer to a process by which a person's perspective is dramatically transformed, introducing them to a new and typically disturbing understanding of the true nature of a particular situation. And they say, caused someone to have their perspective dramatically transformed, especially by introducing them to a new and typically disturbing understanding of the true nature. It's the same, it's redundant. Swallowing the red pill. The Guardian. I'm not going to read all of this. Yeah, it's fairly long. Let's see. Swallowing the red pill journey to the heart of modern misogyny. The online community hosted on Reddit is where men go to air their toxic views about women. Stephen Marsh aimed to find out if the red pill is perpetuating a culture of hatred or if it's just a place to vent. This was written on April 14th, 2016. Who wrote this? Oh, interesting. Right out the gate. Stephen March. Okay. How shitty are men really? The question hung in the air, invisible but omnipresent, like the smell of garbage fire from a nearby town. By 2016, a series of catchphrases had come to dominate the chaotic state of gender politics, male privilege, rape culture, men's rights, but confusion reigned. In the middle of this confusion, a group of anonymous men retreated to the red pill, an online community hosted on Reddit, to revel in their loathing. So interesting. So women have declared a battle of the sexes. There's nothing natural about men and women being in a battle. The way nature designed us was to complement one another and to work together. It's clear that women are not serving in an equal capacity in anything to men, not in the military, not in the fire and as a fireman, the police, whatever it takes to qualify, they're not doing it. They're unwilling to work the same hours, whether they're a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer. Men will work outrageous hours, and that's part of our biochemistry, uh, which gives us that kind of drive and aggressiveness to go for it. Women are not stepping up like that. Some of them have jobs where they're forced to do that, but over a long term, the way men will, it's not happening. They're not out there farming the way we are. They want to be Marines in the military, except they don't want to have to run as fast as men, and they don't want to carry the same amount of weight to make it. Yet they're saying they should be equal. And men are saying, hey, this is not even making sense, because if you're not going to do the same thing, as Red Pill is saying, it's coming to some realization about some harsh realities. So what does Black Pill say? Does that show up? I have to stop it. Okay. What's going on, Imperator? So we also have a Black Pill. First showed up in a blog post on a site called Omega Virgin, Revolt of 2012. The idea behind the term is that red pillars who recognize the world is biased toward women and feminism as female supremacy don't go far enough. So the Black pills are saying red pill don't go far enough. Here's an Urban Dictionary. The term is given a negative connotation as it is often associated with the incel and doomer communities. However, one doesn't need to be part of either to become black-pilled. A state of mind brought upon by the realization of harsh truths, seeing reality, society for what it truly is beyond the illusion of equality we were led to believe, which is what I was just talking about. It is the understanding that life is ultimately unfair and that the winners and losers are determined for the most part by circumstances beyond one's control: looks, wealth, mental condition, height, race, family, luck. The despair that arises from taking in the black pill can be crippling and might drive some to the brink of insanity, thus the expression cope or rope. However, it is also necessary, it is also necessary stage in reaching enlightenment when paired with the white pill. Do I have to look up white pill? I haven't heard that before. There's a white pill. Sorry, guys. The white pill is the complete opposite of the black pill, whereas taking the black pill means that you have a pessimistic view of life and feel like it's meaningless and all. Okay. And then you have the blue pill, right? So, guys, I'm going to drop the link. If you are in Instagram and you want to join on YouTube, I'm dropping the link there. You guys can come up. If you are on Blog Talk and you've called in, I'm going to start taking the calls. I appreciate you guys being here. And we're going to get ready to have man to man. I'm going to bring you guys in two at a time. We're going to have a man-to-man conversation. First caller is area code 870. Second one is 310. So 870 live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, Ted. This is Boy Kendrick from Arkansas. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks for calling. And hold on, 310. You're live and on the air. What's your name and where you calling from?
It's Red West Coast, man.
Cool.
Sitting back, ready to listen
And I just want to hear everything all these guys have to say now.
All right, perfect. Okay, so Kendrick, topic is a man-to-man conversation, and I also want it to be a man-to-woman. But let's have the men talk first. Is it time for all men to take the red pill? What do you think, Kendrick?
Well, certainly, it's time to wake all these people up. They too asleep to, and it's about time for this conversation to be brought out in the open.
Okay. Anything you want to add to that?
Oh yeah, it's about the black pillars. They I would add on to them. They something along the lines of the incel community. Ted.
Okay. All right. So what do you think of the black pill? You have any thoughts about that?
Well, my thoughts to the extreme is just getting away from around females altogether. It's something along the lines of just forget about them and just it's a hard bitter pill or the red pill version Ted.
Right, because the definition said black pillars said red pills didn't go far enough. So, hey, Reg, you have any thoughts about this topic? And I want to thank you personally. You actually contributed to me putting this topic on the table. We also have a gentleman, SW. The combination of you two guys made is what you were the catalyst for this. So thank you to SW too. But Reg, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, my thought on the topic is I'm a guy who swallowed the red pill and just started to notice, how my views about everything had changed, and it just kept going. And once you see the truth here, you see the truth here, you see the truth. It's like connecting the dots. Well, if this is this, then this can't be, then this can't be. And at the same time, and which has been all stated by many people, is once you swallow the red pill, there's no going back. So, and I say that in reference to, like, let's suppose that these women decided they wanted to go back to traditional ways or whatever it is, right? Let's just say hypothetically, right? Which traditionalism was actually another form of a male slave too, but it wasn't. All these laws wasn't in place to really be so destructive. But what I'm noticing is even there's no way once you swallow the red pill and you've accepted the truth in everything, that you can never really view them the same ever again. See, that's what they don't seem to understand is once a guy gets the truth and he accepts it, you cannot view women the same way that you did again. I can't even view I can't even view my own mother the same anymore. My sister, my aunt, none of them. So any woman that I come into contact with now, it's like, you looking at her, she all dolled up and everything, but you can see beneath the surface now, even the little stuff that she do. So it's just like that. So I just think that these women, these females, they opened up a can of worms, and I don't think they really realized it because they don't really, think long term or whatever. They just think that men are so stupid, or that toxic waste that they have between their legs, can render any man, and no matter what they do, they won't be held accountable for it. So once that's the whole point. You're making them accountable and for the decisions that they made, right?
Right.
But decisions that they made opened up your eyes to their true nature. And like my man SW always like to expound upon, which I truly agree. A bitch's nature is a bitch's nature. It could be, it is. So it's been exposed to men. And actually, that she views you as utility. Even if you are way above her, she believes that it's your duty to provide and protect her. And the thing about it is she chose you. You don't want her. But she thinking that but since she chose you, you obligated, you should be honored to provide and protect for me until I get tired of your ass and want to get somebody new. Or she's watching you on that hamster wheel and she got somebody in the bullpen waiting because she sees that you now start to slow down or you go down or whatever, and it's time to replace you. So that's how I see it now. And I see it that these guys, I mean, now that they're going to lie to themselves and compromise their own manhood to try to put some, they want the idea that they can raise a family or they did be some type of biological or ego or whatever, but your family don't belong to you. The broad don't belong to you. All of this stuff is state-owned government property.
Okay. All right.
She knows this. Mm-hmm.
Reg, hold. I want to bring in two more callers.
Yeah, cool.
I want to bring in.
Okay.
Damn, that made it jump, huh? I'm going to bring in area code 605 and 405. 605 and 405, you're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from? 605, you go first. 605, you just listening? All right. Well, you got me on mute. 405, you're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
What's up, Ted? This is Chris calling VA.
Hey, man, what's going on? Good to hear from you.
Oh, yeah, man. Good to hear from you. Let me clear something up about the...
Hold on, Chris. Let me just see if I can bring... 678, you're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
Good evening. Samuel is here.
Hey, good. Good to hear you, man. Hold on. Chris, go ahead. You wanted to clear something up?
Oh, yeah. Hendrick said earlier that the black pill was the incel community. It's a lie. That all he's doing is regurgitating a bunch of bullshit that he's heard from someone else. And he's never actually looked into it himself. When someone wants to deflect and take away from something, that's what they do. They just throw out these baseless shaming tactics that don't stick, but they just gonna keep throwing them out. And that's all. That's what the women say. Now let me tell you what black pill actually is. So you have the red pill community, right? And these are men who were just awakened to female nature. They're just like, and for years they've tried to work with women or try to get women to see the damage that they're doing to society and to themselves even, and to the children, to everything that they touch by being the way that they are, right? And nothing has worked. As a matter of fact, every time a new generation comes, they only get worse. So how much more can you say? Can you put up with before you just say fuck it? We just need a reset. That's what the black pill is. The black pill said fuck it. The red pill wasn't enough. Just trying to get you to cut the bullshit out, talking to you, showing you statistics and facts how you're being fucked up and all the damage that you caused. That wasn't enough. So you know what? Fuck it. Let's have a reset. Let's go back to let's have a Mad Max apocalypse, and let's start all over from scratch. And when we start all over from scratch, this time we won't give you any fucking rights, so you won't get a chance to do it again.
You take them back to the old.
I go for that.
Take them back to the ancient Greek days.
Yes. Well, if you look what happened in every great society that was ever built throughout history, that was the thing that destroyed their society. They gave women rights. And when they gave them women rights, it destroyed their society and they had to rebuild them again. This is what we're going through now in the U.S. If you look at Venezuela, a couple of years ago, we were saying we'd never end up like Venezuela. In Venezuela, you have women who are doctors and lawyers and dentists that are still having to prostitute themselves just to feed their children because they embrace feminism, and with feminism comes socialism. With socialism, people start to die.
You know,
And in the U.S., what happens? So feminism is running rampant, and now socialism is starting to take hold. I just read somewhere today where they're talking about giving out $10,000 unemployment benefit checks to unemployed people. Now, who are the majority of those people who are refusing to go back to work and remaining unemployed?
right.
You know the answer. I know the answer.
Exactly.
It's women.
And
who's going to have to pay for that? Who's going to have to pay for that? It's going to be men.
Yep.
Inflation is going to go up. So the price of goods, the price of gas, price of everything for men is going to go up because a bunch of women who fought for the right to work, who fought for all this workplace equality, blah, blah, blah. And now they're saying, fuck it, we don't want to go back to work. Give us free money.
Venezuela, I just want to make a comment on that. So look at Venezuela. On record, Venezuela is commercially known or globally known to have the largest oil reserves in the world. And look at the Middle East. They don't have as much oil. Like no individual Middle Eastern country has as much oil as Venezuela, except look at the condition of the Middle East in Venezuela. And if you look at their social
exactly,
Venezuela should be rich. They should have streets paved with gold because they have so much oil. But and they have less than, I mean, every Middle Eastern country has less, except they're way more prosperous.
Exactly. And I want to touch on one more thing before I let you know somebody else. SW and Red will hit on something where they said that it's like the movie The Matrix, just like the movie The Matrix. When Neo got waken up out of the Matrix, when he was just walking down the street, he didn't even see people anymore. He just saw numbers because he recognized that they were part of a program.
Right.
Well, once you start going down the red pill, black pill path, you don't even see women anymore. You just see what's behind the mask. So yeah, she might have a flat ass and big titties, whatever. But you already know how she's going to try to use them to manipulate something out of you, right? So you don't even see her; you see her nature.
Interesting. Hey Samuel, your turn. Want to hear your thoughts and thanks. So you and Reggie combination gave me the idea for this, so thank you for that. What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, it's nothing. You would have thought of it anyway.
You're very kind. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, my personal opinion, I just feel that men were not meant to be in one place anyway, meaning family. Meaning that they get married in their 20s and 30s and then they stuck for the rest of their life in that situation. This is my opinion, but I just feel that men are meant to be drifters. Do their thing, procreate, give the knowledge that they can, and move on. Because in my personal opinion, once again, I'm going to speak for me, I think men are slowly dying because they're not following their nature. They've been programmed to think that they're supposed to do this, supposed to do that, but nature doesn't tell them that. We're providers and we're protectors, but we're not meant to be in one place just being taken advantage of in youth. Even if you have children, teach them what they need to know at a young age and let them take it from there. It's not your place, especially when they become an adult. It's not a father's place to be there. They're an adult now, man, boy or girl. They need man or woman. They need to learn how to take care of themselves. As long as they know they got daddy workbook to fall back on, they'll never learn true responsibility. So it's like men will never be through being taken advantage of. Even if he's 1,000 years old, he's still expected to do this and do this and do this and do this. Do everything except for, in my opinion, this is nature, which is to be a dresser. Take care of yourself as a man, get with another woman, do whatever you're going to do, but don't be in one place. That's just my opinion. I just feel that men have that program to just be something that they're really not supposed to be. And I totally agree. And I told Chris this about 20 minutes ago on a phone conversation. You know, we're designed to have parallel relationships. Women are they want to nest. Okay. So that's why they're trying to get you to come over to their body to take on their ways, which is totally contradictory to your natural biology. Men will sit here to you know, basically to roam to spread his seed, do what he could, you know, and keep it moving. I think, you know, the whole thing, the whole social design was a lie just to encapsulate men into slavery, and because women really can't make it on their own, and government didn't want to, you know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is pretty bad. You know, I mean, somebody thought this up, and then I keep trying to tell you before, Ted, it's been a lot of social programming. I mean, it's going back now. I got to see this going back like, you know, 400 years or so, or 300, you know, to the point where, you know, you just supposed to have one woman, you know. No, that's against a man's nature. Go ahead, that stuff. I disagree on it. I don't cut you off.
Oh no, I was actually through, but you pretty much just said everything I was just thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a reason why they had the name Johnny Appleseed.
Now, but again, you have to understand now, the can of worms has been opened on these hoes' ass. Now, only thing that's saving them is these simps and these politicians. And I mean, you got women in political positions. They're not supposed to be in politics because they're not about the world or the country or whatever. They're about themselves. Women are not. They're about gender. They're about.
Let's keep real. It's white men that need to get in place. I mean, white men hate to hear it, but they hate to hear it.
I hate to hear it. I thought about it too.
They love to talk shit about black men, but when you bring shit about the shit they do, they hate to hear it. It's white men that keep putting these bitches in positions of power. Now, why the fuck would you put a bitch in a position of power when this bitch can't even decide what she wants to eat when you want to take her out? You ask her what she want to go out to eat, she'll say, I don't know. You name every restaurant in your city, and she'll say, I don't know. But then you want to put this bitch in charge.
Hey, Chris, I kind of got a idea how this came into play, but it's kind of stretching. So I believe that the white guy understands that deep down inside, his woman got a sexual desire for black men. And she knows this, so she wouldn't say, hey, if you don't get us, we're going to go over here and we're going to do this and do this and do this. So then he said, okay, so they put it all together. So you see the notice that they, between the white man and the black woman, they're trying to do everything that they can to keep black men, and for some reason the fixation with white women apart. Okay, so I'm just thinking that, you know, I mean, I don't know if I could connected the dots quite correctly. I sit back and I'm like, this is kind of interesting. So when you start to go back and thinking about the Moors, and then over, you know, even back in slavery days, you know, when Massa was running down to the slave or going on a business trip, his wife saw that big buck with that big old thing, and then she wanted to find out what time it was. She found out what time it was, and then you had Mondingo. You know how many times Massa's wife was pregnant, and he thought the kid was here, and that baby came out fucking black, and they killed it, and then she said, "Oh, he raped me. He raped you, didn't he?" You know, To Kill a Mockingbird, right? To Kill a Mockingbird. Here we go again. So I just think that she's like, hey, if you want to keep your seed this, and you want to keep your race this and this, you know, if we don't get this, we're gonna go over there and we're gonna start messing, we're gonna start breeding, we're gonna let the brothers fuck it or whatever. You know, and to show you, I mean, I know we probably got some Caucasian guys listening here on the stage, but we do know
the truth is the truth.
Hold on, Chris. We do know that white men do not like the idea of coming in behind black dudes. Right? Am I right? Am I right?
Oh yeah, yeah. They found out a white woman who dated a black guy. The most of them will not touch her.
Oh, okay then. Or wait a minute, no, but check this out. Even if it's a black woman, if she got a history of being with a bunch of black dudes, you think a white dude want to come and get with a black woman that's been with a bunch of brothers?
It depends on how much money she got.
Okay, I got to take a point. No, I'm about to tell you that. That's why I was setting it up for Serena Williams. That's not okay. So if she's got enough status and money to elevate him, then he will mess with her. Because if you do know, Serena Williams been ran through by a bunch of athletes and shit. Okay, brothers. I mean, world class. Guys who have more money than her husband. Because when she married him, she was worth 150 million, and he was married. He was worth $4 million. Okay, so that just shows you. Well, I remember he was worth $4 million. She was worth 150 million. And I remember I googled it. But the whole point of it is that if he had been really this high profile white dude or whatever, I mean, he wouldn't even fuck with her.
Leonardo DiCaprio had this fucking Rihanna for years, and nobody knew about it.
Yeah.
She came out, opened her mouth, put him on blast, and he cut her off. So he fucked her for years, but he wouldn't marry her, he wouldn't date her, and he wouldn't make it public. The minute she made it public, he ended it.
This is my opinion. I feel that men have been pretty much, you control the man, you control the world. The way it is now, men are pretty much being used, being disposable, and to work for the woman. Meaning that the woman can control the man anytime she wants with a phone call or with a fake paternity fraud or take everything he got when she decides to leave him. The man really has no control over the woman legally, but the woman has all the control over the man legally. It was literally given to them. So it's like men have been put in a position by so-called law that anything you do must be for her if she chooses for it to be that way. But he's not free to go on about his business. He got to give her his house, give her his alimony, pay for the children. But when you reverse the roles, she ain't got to do a damn thing. She can just make a phone call, but she ain't really got to do that. It's just given to her. Now, getting back on the white women, I can truly say this from my personal experience. Most black women look at me, but they look at me out of curiosity because they see, I guess, going back to a few weeks back, the bad boy syndrome. They really don't say shit. They just look at me and expect me to run to them. But even in high school, I had white girls and as an adult, white women come to me, literally come to me, introduce themselves, ask me over to their house, and they know me, say they want to cook me a dinner. I mean, black girls look at them like they're crazy as hell. But these same black women were standing around me, didn't say a word. This white woman came to me in the gas station, introduced herself while she saw me standing in line. So I can say white women, from my experiences, do like black men because they will step to me in a minute. They don't care who's around, and they will introduce themselves. And like they don't say take them out. They usually invite me over for a home cooked meal. I've never had a black woman do that. They usually come up with some excuse. Can you come over to help me arrange? Because I used to be a decorator. Can you help me with my house? When they really want to say is I like you and I want to get with you, but they would never say it directly. But the white woman has no problem just putting it out there and let me know exactly where she's coming from.
Because white women are feminine and black women are just dudes. They're dudes with vaginas. They're the original crannies.
Okay.
The original crannies of black women.
Guess what, hey Chris? What is femininity attracted to? And what is masculinity attracted to? The exact opposite, right? So I said the same thing. I said that's the reason. Like I said, interjecting even back to slavery days. You got these rocked up bucks walking around here. They masculine. They might have been enslaved, but he all dirty, grimy looking, and he all this and he's muscular and this and that. And you don't think the biological nature of that white chick said, because remember, that's masculine. That's dominant. She was looking at that. Whether it was taboo for them or she was like, you know, he's a savage or this and that. Them hoes love savages. She was taking that, she was getting that chocolate god rod and then got caught up in it and shit. But still, yeah, that's what, so so now is it more of a physical thing with biology, or because you know right now things are about resources. So and what cracked me up is, and I'm pretty sure S Dub there will relate to it. I'd rather be desired sexually than to be looked at as a provider protector. Wouldn't you, Chris?
I don't want them to print anything. I want them to just leave me the fuck alone.
No. Listen, okay, we understand that. Listen, would you rather be desired sexually or desired for your resource, for your sexual resource?
Neither.
Okay. What about you, S. What about you, SW? What about you, country boy?
I was actually speaking on this earlier, and I hear a lot of men bring up money when it comes to women. Throughout my life, women have never asked me for money. I mean, literally, they just wanted to be with me. It had nothing to do with my money. It had to do with when they saw me and the way I talked. That's all that mattered to them. You know, I'm telling men, why you always think you gotta have a bunch of money and fancy cars just to get abroad? You know, it's like you're gonna have 2-3 women, get 2-3 women. What you gotta say from the beginning. Don't hit with her, then bring it up later. Just be honest, be straightforward, because their nature's going to give in to it. You know, because it's like women, once again, we all know, want men that other women want. So when she calls me and says she's coming over, I tell her to bring a friend. And I've yet to have one say no. I only had one who said, well, you may not like my friend. And I respected that, because basically she knew I would kick him out. So it was like, I think men are just afraid to be men. Not really afraid. A lot of them just don't know how to be. I didn't really know. I had to teach myself.
Yeah, but they've been programmed by their mothers in society.
To get back on topic. Should men take red pill? Should men take red pill? No, the red pill has been proven not to be enough. It is time for a fucking reset. You can't keep kicking this can down the road and pretending everything is okay, and that, you know, just being aware of everything is enough. No, we need to hit the reset button.
Okay, so do you think all the guys should go monks? Is that what you're saying, Chris?
That's not what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is we need to have the collapse. Society needs to collapse and just get the shit over with.
Okay, go pull a plug. Okay, go pull a plug on the power grid and go shoot that satellite down and some shit, and then you can just that'll start it off right real easy. Let the infrastructure start crumbling. Let the infrastructure start collapsing. Hey, I tell you what, go tell the garbage in the sanitation department to shut down all over the place and let shit just fall into the streets and the rats and everything is just screwed up. That'll be enough right there. It's real easy.
All it would take is for men to stop going to work for 1 month. If all men stop going to work for 1 month.
It has kind of collapsed, because women are more miserable from my observation than they've ever been, because they cannot function without attention from a man. I can get in my car right now.
Well, that's too.
I can get in my car right now and drive across the country by myself. I would be cool, laid back. Woman can't do that stuff. If she go a few days without hearing from a man and getting attention, it's like, say she get her hair done, get a new outfit. Let her go out and not one man looks at her or compliments her. She's going to go home and burn that outfit and wash that shit out of her hair. Whereas the men, we'll get up, listen, plain, just brush our teeth and go on about our business, and we cool. Because we don't need attention. We know that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm going to cut you off, but that was a point that I was trying to make earlier, that men are actually happier now than,
I can agree with that. I know men married men, even though they wouldn't tell me from the beginning they were miserable, but I saw it when they invited me over and I got to see what was really happening. I don't know not one man who's married who's happy. They all can say whatever they want, but they're in a prison. They can't. They have to sit here and I'll call you back, or I can't talk right now, which means they female is around. And I'm like, wow. But it's like, oh yeah, men I know who are single are happy. They just want a child.
Oh yeah, I mean, but you got to understand something. Once these guys, just got a taste of freedom, then like I said, they swallow the red pill, black pill, however they tasted that shit, and then they're like, wait a minute, shit, my money's hey, I can go work out when I want, I can go travel, my bank account is up, my business is booming. I can go fuck this chick, I can call this chick, or I can have her come over and serve me up, pay her ass to leave and keep it moving. They tasted that shit.
That's what it should be. That's true to have.
Yeah, they tasted it.
No man wants to be restrained. You don't want to have to be told in your own house and have to follow rules and negotiate. That's not what a man is supposed to do. He's free.
Listen. Okay, before women had rights and all that, women and children were the property of men. So that was his house. Everything was his. When the shit flip-flopped, and now everything is hers, but he's responsible for the shit. You understand? That's a bad taste. That's what happened.
I fully get it.
Huh? Yeah, I don't understand these married dudes. These married dudes that go around saying happy wife, happy life. Like, when we know they're miserable. These are men that gotta ask their wife, can they go out and buy a sports car? Can they play video games? Their wives treat them like children instead of like men. And the odd thing is when they get that bump in the middle of the night, they're asking the man, the one they've been treating like a child all day, to get up and go investigate what that bump is. Shit doesn't make sense to me.
So you know what? Hold it.
And Sam, hold it. Here's the question. You said that about the attention. Well, the technology and social media has been a great gift to men because now we can see women for what they are, right? But it's also empowered women because now they don't need you to call them. They don't need you to come by to check on them anymore. They can just go to Instagram, post one picture, and get 1,000 liking them, whatever reason, and they can get their validation that way. So the same thing that's educating us is also validating them.
That's true.
So the question is, I mean, just think about this. Imagine a lion who is in the same position as a male human being. He's stronger, he's faster, he's the dominant force. Imagine a lion giving all that up the way men have. So, and you can say the laws, but the problem started well before any laws changed. So why did men decide to give up like that? Where is this coming from? Because there was 2-parent household before the laws. Somewhere men were okay with saying my wife is the boss, my wife is smarter than me, women are smarter than men, men only want one thing. Men were pushing back also. Like once men start saying they're dumber than women, you had a problem.
Yeah, and I still hear men say that to this day, and it literally turns my stomach when I hear a man say, "Oh, you're so smart," or she'll kick you men's asses. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't understand. Like, you like her. Just say you like her and you want to fuck her. You don't need to give her all these undeserved platitudes that you know she can't live up to.
But do men understand? Do men understand? Hold it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do men understand that they gave away their position? And this, forget the government, because see, the thing that a lot of people don't want to talk about is you still have people right here in the United States who refuse to give that up, and they're not dealing with these problems the same way. Like, look at Middle Eastern men. And just look at what the Asians just did and how they were able to get laws passed. If you attack an Asian, the government didn't do that. Asians wouldn't hire lobbyists. Take these laws. These are laws that we want written. You know how to put this in legal language. Push to get that up on Capitol Hill. Do we need to write a check for a campaign contribution? What do we need to do? They understood the system. They were not trying to get an Asian agenda. They were not protesting and burning down buildings. They got money behind them. They wrote a check. Their women are in alignment and support it. And then they go sell the weaves and wigs. And that's where they got the money to do all that stuff.
Right.
So
they use the money that black women gave us when we to fund them to fund themselves and get protection from the government against black people. Isn't that hilarious?
Well, you know, one thing that I've noticed growing up, and I can once again I speak from personal experience. A lot of men, well, young boys who are now men who have children and families of their own, they were not given the role of the guidelines or the example. Like me, I was pretty much left out there on my own. I had to find my own way, which means I had to make the mistakes in order to hopefully learn from them. A lot of men that I know, the crews I used to hang around, I was the leader. They looked to me to give them guidance and to make the decision, not realizing that hell, I'm just winging it. I'm just going off my instincts. But a lot of young men who are now grown men were left on their own. They didn't have anything laid out for them. It wasn't presented to them.
Someone's got too much. Hold on, Samuel, hold on. Someone's got too much noise in the background. Go on mute if you're not talking. Keep going, Samuel.
But yeah, they didn't, because I knew when I was younger, the dudes I was associating with, I always was different than them in every aspect, to the point where I didn't really understand. I was shocked one time when it came to realization that every time my associates brought me around their parents, their mother, sisters, girlfriends, 9 times out of 10, they gave me that look. And I was like, damn, I didn't even say anything. It was like they saw something. So I always knew I was different, but I knew I had a gift, but I didn't know how to hone it. But it's like I was up on my own, but I followed my instincts. And if something came up as a red flag, I noticed it because I never allowed myself to be conditioned to a certain point. Yes, I got married, so I was conditioned, but I had to go through that in order to learn. So it was like, I just don't think that men today, I just don't think that men today are pretty much, they haven't been trained. They haven't seen anything. Especially younger generation raised off the internet and videos and movies. They was not raised off of the real examples. They are not around men. They're around women all the time. Only men they see are pretty much alpha males. Because ain't no real men going to have their children, or especially their son, been around a bunch of women, letting this woman take him out and be around her friends. Man ain't going to play that because he knows a woman's nature. Like when I'm at work, the better a man understands a woman's nature, the colder and the more realistic he will be. Because, I've had numerous jobs, and one thing I noticed for a fact, married women are the easiest to get. They will step to you in a minute and tell you their personal business.
Hey, hold on. We're getting way off
and
topic.
all this stuff. It's like, if your husband
topic.
would tell you, would be acting like this.
We're getting
so
off
apparently,
topic. Hey,
hold
on,
something
Samuel.
in you trying to get out.
Samuel, we're getting off topic. I want to bring in another caller. Area code 857. 857, you're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from? 857. And I guess 857 is just listening.
So I say this to say, you have to, like someone said, you have to reprogram them, or what he said, like restart something.
Reset.
Yeah, reset. Because the women today and the dudes, they are completely confused. They don't know which direction they're supposed to go in. So it's like us as older men, we can reset because we've already gotten on point, but we had to get older to get there. But younger men, they haven't been through nothing yet. And by now, they try to have a child and a baby mama. So it's like you try to talk to them, they're so confused and they get angered and very emotional. It's like they're self-destructive and they become violent and just irrational. So
hold on. I want to say that part of that comes from, and this ain't no offense to you, but part of that becomes comes from older men like you and older men like Red. These younger men are they're getting the value from themselves by how much women they get. So as long as their validation is always attached to a woman's vagina, they'll never realize their own worth.
Oh, I see that all the time. Even as a teenager, I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to tell my dudes, man, don't bring your girl around me. I don't want to meet your mama.
He's saying
I don't
something
want
else.
to meet your sister. And they didn't understand why I was cutting them.
No. He's saying something else. He's saying men talk about how many women they get, and that there's. See, I asked the question, and no, everyone stepped over it. See, this didn't just happen. This has nothing to do with social media.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying.
I heard the question.
This started a long time
like,
ago.
When did this all happen?
No, but hold on, Chris. I'm saying that I'm asking that for a reason, because let's say you do a reset and you trash everything. What people can't see is you're going to end up back on the same path, because the men did nothing to transform the way they think. They're going to still be out there counting how many pieces of ass they got. They're still going to be doing that. All they're going to do is exploit it. So if we do a crash, the women depend on men, and then men are going to collect. They're going to be competing with how many women they got, and you're still going to have Asians and whites writing the policies that govern your life, and you won't be talking about doing anything beyond just having a good time.
And I can explain it. It's very easy. I think you and I have had this conversation. If you look at the Bill of Rights, right, or the Constitution, you look at every amendment after the 13th, it's somehow catering to women, right? So what you had was, once slavery was abolished, there was this fear that black men would just take over this country. So that's when white men decided to give white women a whole bunch of power that they didn't deserve. And once women got this little bit of power, they decided to just, go around seeking numbers. That's when they tricked black women into joining their cause. Black women who were being oppressed by them. They're not black men.
Technically, Chris, they didn't give them any power back then. That's why in 1915 the women they started the women.
They gave them the right to vote, Ted. They gave them the right to vote. No, that's a form of power.
No, listen. In 1915, they started the women of the KKK because they wanted to get involved with the KKK, and the men said no, back off. So they created their own, and they told the men, if you let us get involved, we're going to use propaganda. So that's where it started. And from 1915, in 2 years, they started pushing women's right to vote, and black women got sucked into it. And it was the women of the KKK who was pushing that.
Right, but all this is post-slavery. So all this happened post-slavery.
I understand, but it didn't happen immediately.
Slavery, I don't care what anybody says, slavery was the catalyst to modern feminism, because white women were scared that black men were going to get more power than them.
Correct. That is correct. And they wrote letters.
Right. So we have a reset. The slaves already been free. There's no slaves are free this time. So if we have a reset, then we don't have to worry about any fear being any fear mongering because the slaves are being released now. No, they've already been free.
That's irrelevant, because the men in the society still think the same. What may end up happening is the men who have kept their women in check, like Middle Easterns, Latinos, and more Asians and the Latinos, they'll end up rising, and everyone else won't be in a good position because their mindset hasn't changed. And it's beyond women. This is beyond the women.
Right, but think about it. During that time, there were as black men, we're only 6% of the population. So, and the U.S. was constantly at war back then. We're talking about World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, all that, right? So you had all these black men going off to fight these wars constantly, right? Because black men have fought in every war since they've been in this country. And with all the black men gone, you had this lack of leadership or men that could correct the women. And as the men were gone, the women back here were getting more and more power to where it came to a point where before he left for war, she said something, Anime said something out of line or something, or did something stupid, he could slap the shit out of her and get her back to check real quick. And nobody would bat an eye, right? It was just normal. But now you come back from war, and now they've got all these movements, these women moves, everything, and now you can't correct your woman because she's a ward of the state. So if you do anything to correct your woman, they'll throw you in jail.
But yet
And it wasn't, the problem is, it wasn't enough for men who say, you know what, fuck it. You want to take me to jail? Take me to jail. And this bitch gonna be dead.
But Hispanic and Asian men they were in the same exact situation. Same exact.
I can't really agree with that, Ted, because I think you're speaking on traditional Asian women. Asian women today, I know quite a few.
Sam, you have to listen to the whole thing he said. Asian men went to war. Hispanic men went to war. Everyone went out. It wasn't just black and white. Everyone went out to war. And they came back home, women who were exposed to the same thing.
I get what you're saying, but you're speaking on the past instead of the present.
No, I'm responding to what he just said. And so I'm responding to exactly what he just said.
But I'm speaking on the present, man, that, like I say, traditional reputations of certain types of women are no longer existent.
I'm watching it with the Middle Eastern community in my town.
Well, I don't know
I'm
much
watching
about
it
the
with
Middle
the
East.
Spanish.
I really just speak on just the one that I see out over here in the Western civilization.
I watch it with the Spanish community right here, and you see it.
Well, we discussed that though. But you remember we discussed that because there are penalties for women in other countries for doing certain things that
right too.
No,
women accountable.
But they're not penalized in America. They're not penalized in America.
They have Sharia law zones where they have the same rules that they do over in the Middle East, and those women can't do shit about it.
So even in New York, I know that person.
Well,
so what it is, and women, they haven't changed. It's just too many men think like you, Sam. No offense. Once again, it's too many men that think like you that they can't make women
exactly
be traditional again. Exactly. How the fuck you gonna tell me that I can't?
No,
I agree do something to somebody who's smaller and weaker than I am.
No, I agree with you, can. I'm just saying that the mindset of women now is to a point where if I get a one-on-one, it's not a problem. Otherwise, she can leave. But it's like the mindset is taught to them at such a young age that by the time she's an adult, she's not ready and wouldn't even be compatible or worth even investing the time in trying to reset. It just wouldn't be worth it. If I met a woman now, she's 25, 30, her mind is so programmed, I'm not going to waste my time to reprogram her. It's just
don't get you somebody who ain't programmed.
No, I'm speaking in general. The mindset of women now.
I'm speaking in general too. Yeah, go get you somebody that ain't
programmed. That's not really
it's realistic and it's good.
How are you gonna get a woman who's not programmed? We're in the Western civilization. Everything you look on TV is all women, all the men are gay and dumb. It's like you can go out and get a woman who's not programmed.
You can have foreign women in America. They don't know what the hell they're saying.
It's easy to say. You can say that all you want, but in reality, look at what's really going on.
Yeah, none of this in America.
But these countries in America's doing terrible. We got the worst everything.
Black people got the worst for everything.
Listen, here's what I'm saying though. I'm not trying to overtalk you, but what I'm saying, it's easy to go get one who's not. She has on a certain type of outfit that lets you know that. These women now are just any man who I'm old, I don't have to put up with it. The younger man have to put up with it. The younger man don't really know what's going on. So it's like, how are you gonna sit here and just say to a young man, go out here and get someone who's not programmed when he's programmed? That's all I'm at.
Hey, Kevin, you just joined us. What are your thoughts? So the topic is we're having a man-to-man conversation. Is it time for men to take a red pill? What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me up on the panel. A friend of mine told me that he watches you. This is my first time camming up. Sir, it is a perfect time to for men to take the red pill. Unfortunately, we live in a very gynocentric society. We live in certainly a society, a hypergamous society. And a lot of men, though having traditional beliefs, in terms of a lot of men really believe in love, a lot of men believe in chivalry. A lot of times those acts are towards women like Cardi B's of society, women who are undeserving of those things. And in turn, they get fucked over and screwed over. The red pill brings you into consciousness with how reality really works, not just with women, but with other facets of life. In terms of your career, your jobs, a lot of jobs of yesteryear don't exist anymore. So the whole thing with going to college right now, it may have been something to do in the 80s and the 90s, but now maybe picking up a trade and entrepreneurship might be key factors in a society that needs red pill awakening. So it's pretty much what's the word? Lifting the veil or dropping the veil. The red pill brings you into enlightenment on almost every facet of society, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. Me being in the education field, me working in the mental health field, me also being a small-time entrepreneur and a very minor content creator, I talk about a multiplicity of things. And a lot of times men particularly don't have an understanding, and therefore they need men like yourself and other men to, tell them about how reality really works. I'm sorry for talking your head off. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You work in education. What do you do? You teach?
Well, I used to be a special education teacher years ago. I taught special education mild moderate. I worked at many charter schools as a science and mathematics teacher, and I worked in the mental health field for years as well. But that was a long time ago. I don't have a 9 to 5 anymore. I pretty much just make money off the stock market and YouTube, actually.
Okay. And as a teacher, what were you seeing? Were you seeing guys who just had no clue what was going on?
Well, it wasn't just the guys, and you're talking about the male students.
Correct.
Oh man, the male students where I taught at. See, I taught in inner city schools and also taught in inner city charter schools.
Which city?
I'm sorry?
Which city?
Oh, Cleveland.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah, and a lot of those boys, they grew up in single family homes. A lot of them had single mothers. A lot of times, a single mother was very weak. A lot of times, those single mothers had weak men. I actually got fired from a job one time because I went off on a single mom at a meeting. I basically, her son was out of control. She didn't like how I disciplined her son. She had a meeting with me. The stepfather was there. I pretty much cussed out both of them. I said, if you were a good mother, your son would not be in this type of school. The fact that you're talking and the man is not talking lets me know everything I need to know about your household. And it allows me to really get a full understanding of why your son is the way that he is. The whole system is messed. I'm sorry?
I have a question for you since you've been a teacher.
Yeah.
With the younger men that you see today, how many would you say take football and basketball out of the equation actually has the potential and is showing manly traits? I see very few, so I'm asking your opinion.
I guess I'm a little lost on your question. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Okay, younger men, let's say high school or in their 20s, how many of you see have manly traits? Meaning that they are not really caught up in what's going on now, but they have potential to be headstrong and understand their position by nature.
So I could barely hear you, but from what I can gather from what you're saying is that you're asking me how many men who are currently in their early 20s they
that you've observed
that I've observed that don't have masculine traits. You said
that you think may have masculine traits and are carrying themselves in such a way to be able to. I'm trying to speak loud. Maybe I have the wrong thing in my ear. Matter of fact, I did. Let me switch this out because the mic is on the left.
yeah, because I can. I'm sorry, I can.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, you're
Can you
better
hear me
now.
better now?
You're better. Keep going.
Okay. What I was asking is the young men you've seen, whether they're high school or in their 20s, how many you feel are showing potential as far as knowing their position and have manly traits versus the ones that are pretty much just there?
Oh, okay. So, my father is in his 80s, and my father, he still, pretty much, he still works in terms of around the house. He's been retired for many years, but he works. He's pretty much a jack of all trades. He knows carpentry, electrical work, stone cutting, etc. He can pretty much fix anything. A lot of men who currently have manly traits who are in their 20s that I meet, they generally had older fathers. A lot of the men who don't have manly traits are generally the ones who were raised in a single parent household or a household with a weak stepfather or not even a father figure at all. And I definitely see that a lot with, I'm a little bit younger. I'm not old, but I'm not young. But so I'm a millennial. So when I was a kid growing up, the kids who were effeminate, the kids who weren't manly, who didn't end up becoming manly in terms of.
Hey, hold it, Kevin.
Yeah.
One second. Hey, can everyone go on mute? Because someone's got, man, it sounds like you've got a police scrambler going on. You got like a walkie-talkie, man.
It's not me.
Yeah, so in terms of manly traits, a lot of men that I know and a lot of the boys that I was teaching, I could already tell and surmise by a certain age that, when they got into their 20s, they wouldn't have manly traits. And when you see them in their early 20s, you can definitely tell, like, damn, I did call it with that kid. He's super emotional, super dangerous. He has a female he has female traits in a man in a man's body, biologically speaking. So he's really a danger to himself and other people. People who have manly traits, in my opinion, I could be wrong, are generally men who cultivate. I'm sorry. Are generally men who cultivate traits that we as a society deem as manly. Do you have a certain skill set in terms of hard skill set? Do you know plumbing, electrical work, roofing, something like that? Do you at least know one of those? Another manly trait is, being able to provide for yourself as a man. Another manly trait is, obviously, I don't have any children, I'm not married, but taking care of your family, etc. Another manly trait is being able to reason, using reasoning skills. A lot of times, especially in the Black community, that overt emotionalism, to me, is not tough. To me, being manly is being able to decipher a situation using facts and evidence and coming to a conclusion, which I think a lot of Black men that I've encountered, I don't know all the billions of Black men, but the Black men that I've encountered, a lot of them tend to be overly emotional. So those are not manly traits. I'm sorry.
When I'm out and I speak to men, and let's say these men are like 34 and under. I'm sorry, I see you still talking. I don't want to cut you off.
Oh no, I'm good.
Yeah, I speak to a lot of men 34 and under, and it's like they are so, like you were saying, so emotional, and every other word of their mouth, I got to talk to my girl, I got to talk to my wife, and I got to do this and that. Everything they're referring to got to do with control, or someone controlling them, or trying to please somebody. Instead of taking leadership, they're being told what to do. Now, when I speak to these men, they pretty much out of respect listen. They don't really say anything back. But as we go on, I see that everything they're showing me is emotions. Like they
They talking about buying some stupid stuff. I got to get these new shoes and I got to get this new headphone set. And I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
That's not of any importance. But in their mind, it's about fashion and what you got versus
Yeah.
what you are on the inside. It's like they're trying to do everything to portray an image to people instead of just finding their own path. It's like they're so confused, and they get what I'm saying. They truly are truly reaching out and want to understand, but it's going to take a while.
Samuel, this is what Chris addressed that. They learned that from the older guys. See, no one wants to talk about that. What's going on, Seven? Thanks for joining. See, these younger guys are only emulating what was before them. And that's my concern. When you do a reset, most men still are going to have the same mindset they had before the reset, which means the men are going to they're going to give the same space for the history to repeat itself. That's it.
So can I interject, Mr. Ted, please?
Sure.
One thing that I have I've noticed is that a lot of boys and men now primarily focus on fashion. Now, mind you, I was a child and a teenager in the 1990s, and even when I went to school, a lot of the kids who had single mothers, and I'm talking about elementary school primarily, all they would talk about is your Jordans, and God forbid you didn't have like some sort of a name brand. They would just talk about clothes the entire time. And I noticed the kids who had a mother and father, they talked about it, but it wasn't the primary focus of conversation. It's good to look nice. It's good to be up with the latest fashion trend. Besides how I'm dressed right now, I generally wear blazers and slacks anywhere I go, even to the corner store. It's cool to have that, but it's also, it's cool to have that aspect, but also be able to be a man, knowing how to work with your hands. That's still a manly trait. Being able to, communicate and look a man in the eye. A lot of dudes that I encounter now who are really young, they don't even look you in the eye, and they focus on clothes all the time. They don't focus on anything else but clothes and acting like a woman. Not every man, but generally a lot of men, particularly in the inner city, it's just clothes. And you are definitely correct.
I really can't hear anything.
Hold on. I want to bring in another caller. Area code 857. 857. You're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey guys, it's Gidget from Boston.
Hey, we have a woman, so we're gonna have a man to woman conversation now. You've been listening for a little bit, right?
Hi, Chris. Where's Reggie at? By the way, but hi guys.
Red's right here. I was on mute. How you doing, Gidget?
Hi, good. Good to see you guys. I'll hear from you.
Hey Gidget, before you start,
I haven't called in a while.
Hey, Gidget, before you start, I want to ask you a question.
I'm sorry.
I want to ask you a question. What year did you come to the United States? Can you hear me?
Your mic's going in and out. Ted.
I'm here now. I think I'm better.
All right.
Hopefully.
Am I coming through?
Is he going in and out on purpose?
No, it's my.
Or is it me?
No, it's me.
No, that was Ted.
Okay.
I wanted. Am I coming through clearly now, or I'm still going in and out?
You sound perfect on my end. It must be.
Okay, yeah, on YouTube I'm perfect. They're listening on Blog Talk Radio.
Oh, okay.
So Gidget, I'm asking, what year did you come to the United States?
What's my take?
No, what year? ¿Cuál tú llegaste cuál año tú llegaste en Estados Unidos? Did you hear me?
Okay, I don't know why. I don't know if it's my.
It's me.
It's breaking up on me too.
Yeah.
No, it's Blog Talk. For some odd reason, your Blog Talk is breaking up there.
Yeah. I know.
I don't know if your YouTube is interfering with it or what, but yeah, you're getting choppy on Blog Talk.
Okay. All right. All right. Hey, Kevin, ask her my question. See if you come through clearer.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So Ted, she can hear me. She can hear me loud and clear.
All right, I'm asking you to ask her my question.
So Ted's question was, I'm sorry, Ted, what was your question again? Brush me up to speed again.
All right, she came here from Dominican Republic. Ask her what year she arrived.
Ma'am, he wants to know what year you arrived into the United States.
87, 88.
Okay.
87.
Okay. All right. Now, ask her.
I was 6 years old.
Okay. Ask her, is that when her father said, in the United States, the women wear the pants? Is that the year?
Okay, so he wants to know, Ted wants to know, is that the year that your father told you that in the United States that women wear the pants?
Correct. Yes.
She said correct. Yep.
Now, see, tell them that's the point I want to make. This problem has been going on for a long time.
That was before I was born too.
So if they were already looking at the United States as a place where women wear the pants, this problem has been happening for a long time.
Yeah.
Can you relay that somehow? Because they're not hearing.
And I think it started way before because of.
Sounds like she can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you actually, Ted.
Okay.
It started when I was in 86, but that was way before. Because they reminisce the stories of their friends telling them, if you go to America, be careful. So, I mean, my family has been here since the 70s. And then we were, it takes time to bring people over. And back then getting a residency was a little easier. But, so being here in the 70s, I had family members here in the 70s, they already started seeing that. I'm sure 1960s, 1970s. So that story had not been, even though I'm telling you that story, I had, it felt like it had been told from like the 1970s. Because that man, whoever told my dad that, had been in America prior to my dad leaving.
Okay. So what
makes sense?
Absolutely. So what I'm saying to all the men, that this has nothing to do with social media. This has been happening for a very long time.
No, nothing to do with social media.
So
No. I never said it had anything to do with social media. What I said was social media made it worse for them.
No. What I'm
the same thing is it's using a tool to educate us, but it actually empowered them and made them worse.
What I'm getting at is there's a mindset that existed way before social media, and that needs to be addressed, because if you do a reset, you're still going to end up in the same mindset that got us here is still going to be there. And if you don't deal with that, it's like giving a junkie, a crackhead, a new house and thinking that everything's going to be fine now.
Right. That's why I said when a reset happens, everything that they had before the reset, you can't give it to them afterwards.
No, the men.
Thank you. I was about to say the same thing, Chris.
No.
Strip them down.
No. What I'm saying is the men are the ones who allowed it to happen. And if you're a crackhead, doing a reset, putting you in a new house is not going to stop it from happening. You're going to have the same thing all over again. Because
what you're talking about is an ideology. Ideologies never go away. The ideologies, women are always going to think that they deserve to have this and that. But you don't, just because they think that way, you don't give it to them. You don't have to stop them from thinking that way. They can still think that way. Let them think that way, but just don't give them shit when they think that way. But the truth is, if you can stop ideologies, terrorists in the Middle East would have been wiped out a long time ago.
So, Chris,
you can't stop an ideology.
Chris,
you can't stop a way of thinking.
And but this is what I'm getting at. It's the men who have to change, not the women. This has nothing to do with the women. the men are still going to be the same guys that opened the door and allowed it to happen.
You said, but genocide can kill off a lot of this stuff, like Chris talking about.
No, the men are going to do the same thing they did now to open the door, and you're going to be right back. I don't care if it takes 50 years. You're going to the history is going to repeat unless men can stop. Everyone's got to go on mute because you got horns in the back, you got trucks beeping. Go on mute. I don't want to put people on mute, but you've got too much noise in the background.
I don't know who that is.
Chris, what I'm saying is until the men see, there are men in the United States who don't have this problem because they didn't embrace the mindset that a lot of men have. They didn't go along with
first of all, you say there are men in this country that don't have that problem. That's false. Every man in this society has the problem of dealing with feminism because we're all paying for it. It's all coming out of our tax dollars. So every man, whether they have this mindset or not, they're all paying for it. We're all paying for it. Second, like I said, ideologies you cannot change. You cannot, no matter what you do, you cannot stop a man in the future from still thinking the way that some of these simps and some of these male feminists that empower women, you can't do it. The best you can do in the future is the minute one of them show their head, just like a snake or gopher or something, when it sticks its head up out the ground, you cut it off, you shoot it off. That's the best you can do.
There.
But you're not going to completely erase. You can't stop ideologies. There's just no way to do it. I don't think you can beat somebody up. You can beat somebody up every day of the week. But if they still think that lemonade is the greatest thing on earth, after you get done whooping their ass every day, they're going to tell you lemonade is fucking great. And now I'm going to go drink it while I put some ice on my eye.
Okay. What I'm saying, Chris, is hold on. What I'm saying, Chris, is there are men who are not dealing with the same things that some men are dealing with in their home and in their community. They do not tolerate it. They have zero tolerance. We talked about Sharia law in Middle Eastern communities. We can talk about Asian communities. They're not having these problems. They may be contributing to taxes, but you know what? They run businesses and they figure out how to there are tons of loopholes to not have to deal with a lot of the taxes. So it's getting shoved on those who are not in a power position. So there are households in this nation of men who have zero tolerance for feminism, and they're not dealing with the same psychological problems. And so there are men who have allowed it. And if you don't deal with that, all they're going to do is open the door again. You do a reset, and they're still going to be crackheads.
I think Sam was about to say something. Go ahead, Sam.
No, they're still. You didn't stop them from being crackheads.
And like I said, if someone has it in their mind, they just
I'm not talking about the women. I'm talking about the men.
I understand what you're saying. But what I'm telling you is, even those guys with Sharia, even the guys, the Muslims in the Sharia law zone, it's fine when they're in the Sharia law zone because they're protected by other men who think like them. But truly speaking, as the government wanted to go in there and wipe them out at any moment, they could. At any moment. So just because they're choosing not to do it, it doesn't mean that they have power, have true power. Yeah, they have a little bit of power. But if the government truly want to go in right now and wipe them out, they could, and there's not a damn thing they could do about it.
But they're not. That's not happening. So right now they're running their community.
Just because it's not happening doesn't mean it can't.
What I'm
saying is the ideology. You just can't get rid of an ideology. You can't do it.
Until
the U.S. has been trying to do that with terrorists for eons. Israel
no, hold on, Chris. Listen. Until that happens,
they have the right to Gaza.
Hold on, Chris. Until the government goes in, those men are standing in their manhood and saying, these are the boundaries and this is how it goes for my children, for our women, period. And until the government, we can talk all the ifs. Right now, they're running their households the way they want. And that is a mindset that is much healthier if you want a society the way you're talking. And you've got to get more men on board to support other men. Otherwise, the men are going to just bend over and take it up. They're going to take it up their ass.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. But what I'm saying is those men that don't think like that, you're never going to be able to get rid of all of them. The most you can do is eliminate them to dwindle their numbers. Every time one shows who he is, before he's put in a position of power to where he's able to put a woman in a position of power, you kill him. So you effectively kill two birds with one stone. The motion, they're like you know what an asymptote is? An asymptote is a number. It's a number that never goes to zero, right? So you start off with, say 50, it goes down to 25, and it goes half of that, half of that, half of that, half of that. So the number becomes so small, it's never quite zero. It just keeps getting so small, it's virtually, undetectable. And that's the best you can do with these simps and with these feminists. They're never going to fully go away. And the best you can do is dwindle the numbers down so low that, they say something, no matter what they say, it doesn't even matter.
But see, that's what needs to happen. That needs to happen before a reset, because if men can take that kind of stand, you can actually do the reset, because men built this society, and the women who don't like it, they can pack up and leave. And I know people think that's some like far-fetched, ridiculous thing, but if men take that mindset, if you don't like it, pack up and leave. Go build your own. Go drill your own oil. Go find your own iron ore mines. Go do your own stuff. Build your factories. But don't tell us how to run this, and don't tell us we have to give you a job in a company we built. It's a free market economy. Go take your risk and build your own companies. There are plenty of women who inherited millions and billions of dollars from their daddy and granddaddy, and there's money out there with women, and this has been happening for more than 100 years. So women could have done this a long time ago, but men have decided to let them in, and it's not even productive. That's not in the best interest of our society from a globally competitive perspective.
Ted, thank you for having me on, by the way. I have to roll out, but I definitely subscribe to the channel. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you, man. Take care.
Yo, Ted, back to Chris' point, there's still, I would say this, there's still, an end result of what the 1% done. Because they allowed all this stuff. To be real serious with both of you. They allowed it, and if they want to, like you said, the government can come in right now and stop all this stuff.
Yeah, I like what someone said. He said, if I let a wild horse free, there would never be a Kentucky Derby. I love that.
Lead them to the water, Ted, but you can't make them drink.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying if you want to conduct Kentucky Derby, you have to train a horse. That horse can't be out there running around free. You have to bring that horse into a stable and train him.
You beat the hell out that horse. That's what you do. That's what my granddaddy did. My granddaddy put a green hickory stick in his nose. Every time that horse got out of land and didn't do this.
Hey, country boy, he ain't talking about the horse.
I don't give a damn about the horse. The whole analogy.
Well, look, and no, but your granddaddy didn't have a Kentucky Derby horse, man. So we're talking about.
It don't matter. It don't matter what horse he had. It's the whole matter of him getting that horse in order. That's what I'm talking about. Okay,
so then this is about men. Then your grandfather was a man, and this is what I'm talking about.
My grandfather wasn't none of these little boys you see running around out here.
Hey Ted.
Yeah,
Hey, let me
Ted,
read.
You keep talking about these other communities.
Hold on.
You keep talking about these other communities, correct?
Hey,
now you have to notice that these other communities, the Arab community, the Asian communities, these patriarchal communities, is you have to understand that because you're always talking about certain groups that don't have this problem, right? And most of these groups don't have these problems. They have what is it? Arranged marriages, or they marry within their group, their culture, their religion. There's no single mothers. If there is, I mean, I just don't know too many single mother Arab women or women from the Middle East. I know there's more Asians, more, in the Asian community where there might be single mothers or whatever, but it's still a small percentage. So with that type of influence going on, reason why the more, let's say, North American natural or the Black Americans, white Americans, or people that's been here, they having that problem is because they adapted, to the single mother, liberal policies and all of this stuff. So that's the reason why those are. But just like you said, those people understand about social class, education, economics, and just keeping everything tight. That's why they're not having those problems. And generation after generation, they keep following the same thing. And the thing about it over there, if those women don't have a large group of women who trying to influence them and tell them, you're being subjugated, or you're being put down, and this and that, and trying to poison their mind, then they don't have that type of problem. Over here in the northern hemisphere of the planet, the United States, Australia, England, some other Canada, and some other parts of the northern hemisphere, that's a problem that you have these other women putting pill pressure on these other women, even though they might say, "Hey, I want to be this way," and they're hating on them. They say, "Oh no, you're messing it all up by doing this," and those other parts of the country are those cultures, even though they do have their own communities here in the United States, and even in some of those other countries, they're not having that problem. But now over in Europe, over in London, they are having this problem with some of the African countries, maybe some of the Middle Eastern, where these women are trying to take on these feminine. They're going against, they being fed this, and they don't want their own race of men. They practicing hypergamy. So I just thought I'd throw that in. But over here, it's still, the problem has been the adoption of taking on liberal policies and single motherhood.
And I'm asserting it's the men who took on the liberal mindset. And they let the door open. That's where the problem started.
Hello? Can anybody hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on?
Okay. Now, I'm a realistic person. It took a long time for things to get to where they are. It's not going to happen overnight. I say this to say that we can say what sounds good, and it does. It's reaching young men, which is the point. But the thing is, it's still going to take time. Because a lot of men, regardless of age, who have met me through associates at first, they didn't say it out of respect, but I could tell they felt some kind of way about me. But most of these same men who met me later, 3 to 5 years later, would say, "Sam, I see exactly what you was talking about." It took them an amount of time to go through before they finally realized that I was the one telling them what they just now realized. I say this to say that I'm never going to stop talking to young men and broads about the way I think is right and wrong. But they're not going to get it right away because they have to reprogram themselves. We're speaking as if we can just say this, regardless of what's going on in the middle or wherever part of the world. It's not going to happen because these people fought hard to get things the way that it is now. They're not going to sit here and just let us just switch it, especially the politicians. So the thing is, the more we speak on it, certain people would get what we're saying, but they still have to reprogram themselves. It's not going to be a huge amount, but it's going to gradually build up. But my thing is, like, we can sit here and say this all day because it needs to be said, but we can't act as if it's going to happen overnight because, once again, they went through hell to get it to this point. They're not going to just allow it, which means that we have to keep talking about it. But at the same time, we have to understand that people have to reprogram themselves, the women and the men.
So how
If
many
you understand what I'm saying.
how many people want to make that kind of investment in themselves? The
They
question
just
is,
made a video on this. It's probably going to take
Reg,
at least two generations.
Reg, hold on, Reg. How many men want to make that kind of investment into themselves to do that? See that, and there's where the problem starts. Everyone thinks someone else needs to do it.
What do you mean? What do you mean investment into themselves? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Just what he just said. If you understand this programming, then you've all been lied to and you've all been programmed. And what are you going to do to get? Just think of it this way: you've been hacked. They dropped the virus in you, and now the virus is running the show, and it's been doing it before you were born. This has been happening for a long time. This didn't just start. That's why I asked Gidget, this whole thing of the women wearing pants in this country. This has been the reputation of men in the United States for a long time.
Well, women ain't got nothing to do with it.
No, you're not. Hold on, Sam. You don't even. Sam. Hold on. You don't understand what I just said. Women wear the pants. No. Hold on. What I said. What I'm saying is men have a reputation that their women dominate them. That means women wear the pants. This is about men, not women. It means men have.
You don't understand what I was saying.
Men have a reputation for not standing up and being men. I'm not
disagreeing with that. I want you to look at what I was saying.
When are men going to take action to get rid of that mindset?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's not going to happen overnight because this didn't get her open. If they're not around, if the boys and the girls, women and men are not around men who have that mindset,
do you understand the question? When are men going to invest in themselves to do that?
That's what I'm explaining to you.
Ted, he keeps telling Ted.
They have to be around.
He's telling you that, Ted. You're not getting it?
No, I'm not, because it's a straight question. It's for you.
You want some guys to invest. You keep saying it's a programming. They're being programmed by their mothers. The men been ran off. They've been subsidized. They've been locked up. They've been held down where they can't do this. And the mothers in the system are programming. As long as that's going on, and this is being led by men with power, wealth and power.
I'm saying these young women and men, if they're not around these type of men and women who have that mindset, they're not going to pick it up. Which means even if they're around these people, it's still going to take a while for them to reprogram themselves.
So
they're still going to be confused. But they're still going to be confused. Just like when you talk to them, they're going to be confused. They're going to be saying, "Hey, I was showed this, all of this, and this, but this person is telling me this," and now you can see their mind going through it. They might fight it because for them to fight it, they might now have to take accountability and responsibility for themselves, a bunch of other stuff, but at the same time, they have not been taught this. So it's a fear factor that's coming in.
It's like, I think I said this about 3 weeks ago. I spoke to young men and I told them, let's get together. Their fear, and right there, they said, okay, yeah, we'll do that. We'll exchange numbers, but because they're afraid to step to the plate, they all retreated. I mean, I done met some dudes, some so-called gangster, but when I talked to a man to man, yeah, we'll exchange numbers and whatever. But when it came down to the day, they retreated because it's a conflict of, it's like it's blowing their mind to hear something they've never heard before.
But listen here, bro. Ain't nothing going to happen or growth or get anywhere without compromise and sacrifice, okay? So that's basically what you're telling them. And that's what's going through their mind because they've been bitch raised by a bitch who runs from compromise and sacrifice. She's not, so all she did was instill that in her sons and stuff. So you can get rid of it.
I'm sorry, I mean to cut you off. I would see dudes that I know. I would be talking to him, and the broad would walk by, and he'd be like, blah, 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 like, no, she's no good. Don't mess with her. He'd be like, well, that ass. It's like that's that instant response is that ass. It's going to take a while to reprogram them to not concentrate on that ass and understand you can have her mind, body, and soul if you just stop focusing on that ass. I try to teach them how to
Go
Listen.
The other night, Ted made that Friday night about what do women bring to the table, right? Now, I said this to my boy Chris over there. There's a white guy named Hammerhead who made a video that's Ted, and he said, ask these women, what do they bring to the table? He straight out stated that I told you guys, once you get control of your biology, this game is over with. And he asked the chick, hey, but what do you bring to the table? You can't say you are the table, and you can't say sex. And the bitch shit up there looking all confused and shit. So once you can get them to that point to get their biology under control now, but like me and Chris talked earlier, when you're young and we all been there now, we're having this conversation now because we're a lot older. Our testosterone levels, I done been through a couple of hundred broads. I done been there, done that, so it ain't no novelty to it any longer. But the younger guys, you know, they still got that biology, you know, that hormone going on, that testosterone going on, and all that. And then they don't have any man there that's got them out. I mean, aside from some of the athletes who might run into a guy who takes them in and able to burn that shit off, or got them out there mowing the lawn, cutting down trees, farming, building shit, where they can, you know, where they can get rid of some of that shit, they're gonna have a problem.
It's like I speak to women, young girls, women of all ages, and I ask them the same question about the table. They all say the same thing: support, and I can cook. I speak to the dudes, and all they talk about is LeBron James and sports. They don't want to talk about anything of substance. When I bring it to them, they have nothing to say because it's never been brought to them before. So what I'm saying, it's good to bring it to them, but we have to understand that it's going to take a while for them to reprogram themselves. Plus, they haven't been through it. They're not going to learn from a lesson. So they haven't even gotten to the lesson yet, or even experienced the lesson to learn from it.
Do you understand?
But guess what? A lot of them might not be. A lot of them may not be able to survive the lesson.
Listen, you guys, they're still following you. They're still following you guys, and they're still following you just because, as you said, Reggie, the testosterone.
They're following us guys, Ted. Us guys. We all in the same boat together, Ted. Us guys.
They're following you, and so.
Okay.
No, listen, Reg. Listen. The what you said is the testosterone is lower, so it's you know, and all these things have happened. What the mindset didn't change. All you did was get less testosterone, but you didn't change who you are. So they didn't see you invest in changing who you are and get rid of the programming. So they are going to follow your lead, because since you didn't get rid of the programming, why should they? So when I say when are men going to invest in getting rid of the programming, I'm talking to whoever can hear me. I'm not talking to the people you spoke to who are not here. See, as long as you don't take the action to invest and get rid of the programming, neither will they.
Well, they have to be around those type of men in order to experience that, in order to even consider it.
Well, then you got to set the
they're
example.
not around the type of men, because these younger men now hang around people who are like them, who have the same mindset.
You have to set the example.
They're not around men on a regular basis to observe how that man is living his life. To listen to that man on a regular basis. They're either on the phone or they're on the internet.
Hey, who's got beeping in the back? Someone who's got beeping in the back. How many men are investing in themselves? See, this is the question I'm asking. I want to take a call from area code 9.
But you don't know my statement.
I'm asking my question hasn't been answered. When are you going to invest in yourself?
Well, if a grown man not investing in himself, I mean, once again, okay, let's take what you just said. Let's take what you just said. When are you going to invest in yourself? Once again, they don't really know nothing about that till they're around people who are actually doing that. They have to be around those type of people. But most men and women hang around people who have the same mindset as they do. They're afraid to stand on their own. They go with the crowd. So it's not that you're not going to reach a lot of them. We're going to reach a few. But the few is still going to take a while to come around.
Hey, Chris, go ahead, Chris. What were you gonna say? And then I want to hear from area code 9. Hold on, I want to hear from area code 919. And if you're not talking, you have way too much noise in the back. I don't know who that is. Who's moving furniture? Go on mute.
I'll say this: if you're addressing a very specific problem, like feminism, then you have to have a very specific answer, not a vague one. Like invest in yourself. You have to tell them how you want them to do it. And then you have to understand that once you tell a man how to do it, some of the things that he may agree with, some of the things he won't. But just because he doesn't do 100% of what you tell him he needs to do to invest in himself, like say, okay, let's say you tell a guy that he needs to invest in himself by, going to the gym and bench pressing every day. But this guy's a computer programmer, and all he wants to do is write programs. That's his thing. He just wants to be left alone to write computer programs all day long. Well, that's him investing in himself right there. But because he's not doing what your idea of investing in himself is, it doesn't mean he's not investing in himself. No, he's still investing in himself. He's just doing it his own way. I'll have to say that you have to have you can't give a broad answer to a very specific problem.
Well, the specific problem was said to be programming. So going to the gym isn't necessarily focused on the programming. If you want to undo the programming, you've got to make a very specific investment. Just like if your computer has a virus in it, you have to make a specific investment to get that virus out of the computer. And if you're not sure what it is,
right. No, I'm just giving an example.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think that's coming from you, Sam.
I wouldn't really call I'm gonna take the gym for example. It's all about profit. Like for example, when I was younger, my father got me into working out. I never thought about that until I got with him. But as I started working out, my body started changing. I noticed I was getting so much attention from other people when they saw my body, so many compliments, and it made me want to work out more and more, not just for them, because I want to look good. Hell, I mean, I'm keeping it real, but at the same time, I still want to be. I appreciate the notice. But the point
you just shot yourself in the foot. You just shot yourself.
They must see a benefit from it.
People looking at you, and that's why you want to go back.
Exactly.
So
that's
right then and there, you were doing it for validation from others.
Exactly.
Know what I'm saying? There must be some kind of profit or gain from their effort. Like when men become red pill, they will start to notice certain gains and profits. That's what I'm saying. There must be something that they're getting from it in order for them to indulge in it. Meaning that once I then changed my ways and I stayed straight, regardless of what people told me. They said I was a chauvinist and all this stuff, but I kept being me. And at the same time, these same dudes, wives and girlfriends, were choosing me. So once I realized I was on the right path, I realized that I had something to gain from it, and I must be doing something right. But they must go through it. In other words, there's no benefit, there's no reason for them indulging their time in it. So my benefit was being who I am, regardless of what people told me. Because I had a lot of people go against me. A lot of times I stood by myself, and I still beat the crowd because I stayed true to myself. So what I'm saying is that people must see a benefit from what they're doing. But in order to do that, because I wasn't around anybody doing what I was doing except for my father, I was only with him for a year. But I still stayed true to me. And then I started benefiting from it, which let me know I was on the right path. So I mean, it must be in them, but they still must see a benefit from their troubles in order to want to continue on.
So if you have a virus in your computer and you don't know about computer viruses, at some point you need to talk to someone and say,
I can't speak on computers. What I'm saying is
that Sam, I don't want to put you on mute, Sam, but I'm going to finish. If you don't know anything about computer viruses, at some point you need to have a conversation with someone and say, my computer is not doing what I want it to do. So if Reggie's saying that people have been programmed, the computer is analogous to a human brain, and you can literally put implants, which are like viruses in a computer, into a human brain and have people do things that are not in their best interest. You can use music to do that. You can use the media. Feminism is a great virus. So there are a lot of social viruses put into the minds of men that have men think it's okay for women to wear the pants, or have men want to chase attention. So there are millions of men in the United States who have this virus, and then there are communities who don't embrace that virus. The men support one another so that they're not infected by that virus. But there are a lot of men infected by the virus, and they don't even know it because they think the things they're doing
That's the point that I'm making. They don't know they have a virus. How would they look for help?
Exactly. So how do the men?
But hold on. I want to say this. Even when you go to those communities, say even in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, whatever, you still have a small pocket of men that have feminist ideologies and want to empower women to the point where now they're giving women the right to drive over, where they didn't have that right before. So, like I said, you can't erase, you can't get rid of, no matter what you do, you can't stop an ideology. You can stop a person, you can stop a person easy, put a bullet in it, but you can't stop an ideology.
But you can stop it from growing.
The only way you can stop an ideology is to stop that person. You stop all those people, you stop the ideology.
How do you stop it from growing? And if you're worried about the ideology, I'm talking about getting the virus out of the minds of men.
So just like the virus, the only way you get rid of it, the way you get rid of it is you slick it. You slick it and you reload it. And when you slick it, you're wiping it out.
Like a virus.
So you're effectively the only way you can get rid of that mindset is you have to completely wipe out those humans with that mindset.
But everyone has been taught this. If you live in the United States, everyone has it in them. And most people don't do it.
Excuse me, I'm not trying to cut you off. Mo is trying to call in, man.
Okay. Hey, area code 919. Hold it. I want to give 919 and then 617. But 919, you've been waiting for a while. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, this is Richard from Durham. How you guys doing?
What's going on, Richard? Thanks for calling.
What's up, Richie Rich?
Hey, how's everything? I hope everybody's doing well.
We are. So what do you think of the topic?
The reason why I haven't called in is because I started
I just told you that was a call in.
Huh?
Let him finish.
The reason why I haven't called in is because I started hanging around with folks and we were listening to you guys talk. And one of the questions that got to me was, this is with Sam, and she'll call in next Sunday night. She can't be here tonight. She'll call in next Sunday. But the question is to Sam is, in your mind, Sam, not the women, man, in your mind, what makes you think you're so great with women?
Do you really want to have that conversation with
me? Hold on. No, I missed the question. What makes me think I'm so great with women?
Right.
Oh, okay. I don't think it's just what happens. It's like, I noticed the people I'm around, I was the only one who was pretty much doing whatever I wanted to do and getting whatever I wanted to get, while they couldn't, because I was the only one who was different. While these dudes are walking around appeasing women and chasing women and doing whatever, I didn't do that. But I somehow ended up getting the attention of all the women who they were doing all 90 seconds. But these women were chasing me. So I said, it must be something that I'm doing that's right.
Hey, hold on, Richard. Richard, I hope he answered your question, because I don't want to go down that path, because that is the exact virus that I'm talking about that needs to be killed. And this is why I'm saying more men have that virus than they realize.
Ted, before you cut him off, let me just say this. My friend knew that's what you would say. That's what 60 seconds. Because that's the path that we're going down that's wrong. It's the wrong path that we're going down. So you're right on the money.
That's the virus. That's the mindset that has to be destroyed. That is the virus. And that's why I say more men have it than they realize, and the younger guys are following that. They're just following your path. And they've got to wait until they run out of testosterone to get off the path. That has nothing to do with transforming your mindset.
I think I got lost here. So are you saying because I didn't allow myself to be programmed and I was being myself that I was doing something wrong?
No,
Rich?
what he's saying is
10 seconds.
that Richard should never even entertain the question.
Hello?
I think Ted was on roll. So I'll let him keep going.
No, you got what I was saying. I think everyone got what I was saying.
Okay, so I guess I'm the only one lost. So I'm going to repeat my statement.
I'm kind of lost too. Wait a minute.
I was always being who I am, but I achieved everything that the dudes who was catering didn't achieve. So at that point, I knew that regardless of what everybody was telling me, that I'm on the right path. I did, and I said what I felt was right, and I followed my instinct, and everything was coming to me, whereas everyone else was wondering how the hell I got what I got when they couldn't get it by following the rules they was programmed to believe while they was down in me. But at the same time, I was always doing me, and these same dudes, mothers, sisters, girlfriends are always after me. And I wasn't running no game or trying to get their attention. I was just being me. And I realized at a young age, be who I am and just keep it at that. Instead of being going along with everybody else.
I want to ask a question.
I think we're good. We're good.
I heard a woman saying something.
That's Reggie. That's you, right? You got a woman in the background.
No, is that me? I'm just sitting. I'm laying in the bed.
Oh, okay. So you don't have a okay. Well, you
Here's
might have a woman in the background. She
What
might
about me?
be making you a sandwich.
Well,
I don't know.
I'll continue then. The thing
Oh,
I
they
realized
said
at a young
music in the
age,
background?
is
I
just,
didn't even know I was on. Shit.
I realized when I was younger, just follow my nature, and it worked out for me. But when if I tried to go against my nature or go with other people's doing, it never worked out. So I realized my mind, which is called common sense, told me everything and gave me all the guidance that I need. It's only when I went against it that I had issues. So it's like, hey, even to this day,
And I can agree.
Hold on. You're being very. I hate. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You're being very verbose about something so simple, right? You don't have to go through in detail to use all these words to explain something to a woman. That's what women do. They over-explain something. Here's a simple answer that you could have told Richard that way. Because I could.
Hold on. That's not true, and then you want. Listen, you said something that's not true, but you want me to ignore it. I'm not explaining to women. I'm just talking. I'm not explaining anything to women particularly.
He said that one of his female friends asked him to ask you, what did you think what made you feel that you were so special to women? All you had to say was because I can. I can't feel that
I was special. What I said was that I was being me, but what was coming to me by being me, instead of being what everyone told me to be, was the benefits that they was not receiving.
And you see how your answer is much more longer than mine is?
Sam, you don't know what Chris is saying. Chris is saying all you had to do is say, because I'm me. You have to give a 15-minute reason why you're like that. All you gotta do is say, hey, I'm a detailed person. Hang on. I think the problem is you're saying that there's always going to be simps in the world, okay? There's always going to be simps. And I think Ted is saying that we need to educate and eradicate the simp. I think that's what he's saying.
I've been speaking on that. What I'm saying, they still have to be around those people.
You can't say this, but if we can't go down the middle.
Sam, let him finish, Sam. Sam, let him finish, Sam.
Okay.
Let him just finish. Because he's been quiet.
Richard on something pretty good.
He's been quiet for a long time.
No, well, listen what I'm saying. Listen carefully what I'm saying, Sam. You're saying that we're always going to have simps. Is that true?
No, I was saying I learned to be myself.
No, I didn't answer all that. Is it true? Is it true? Is it true?
How you gonna ask me a
No,
question?
wait. Hang on.
Answer it the way you want me to answer it.
No, wait, hang on. It's a real simple question. You think that
No, because
always
I gave you an
be
answer, then you say you didn't want to hear my answer. You cut me off.
No, hang on. Let me finish my question, please.
You're doing it again. But you answered the question. I was trying to answer it, and you said you didn't ask me all that.
I didn't want to hear all that. That's right.
Then
let
why
me just ask you.
You don't want my response.
All right, let him
Okay,
answer your
Richard,
question.
basically, you have a problem with the way he's answering the question. Just like you have a problem, like when we.
I think Chris had a problem with the way he was answering the question too.
All
He
right,
tells you all this other stuff when you.
So
Okay, the problem is y'all think that he's being boastful, right? Basically.
no,
That's what the issue is.
he's not being boastful.
I didn't say he's being
What I'm
boastful.
saying is that
I said
I
he's
didn't
being
allow myself to be
verbose.
programmed.
He doesn't need to be.
But I'm trying
I'm
to
just saying
explain
you're
myself
verbose,
to
you don't
you,
need
but
to be.
you don't want to hear my answer. So what?
Okay,
If you don't want to hear my
guess
answer,
what?
why ask the question?
Here,
But what I'm
I
saying
think
is that I learned not to let
Wait.
myself be programmed and just be who I am. I didn't allow myself
That's fine. That's okay.
what to do. That's all I'm saying.
No.
I chose to be me.
Okay, now check this out, Sam. Each time that you went against yourself, you got slapped in the face, didn't you?
It wasn't profitable, put it like that.
Okay, I've been down that same road myself, but at the same time, I do believe that the issue is, you could have simplified it and whatever, but you just being yourself, that's what they wanted to hear. But when you go on that, it's like, you're kind of, tapping yourself on the back. I think that's what I'm getting.
What I'm saying. I get what you're saying, but
Okay.
I can't help how somebody perceives what I'm saying.
I know. I understand. Hey, Sam, I understand. I understand.
Hey, Sam. You understand. That's not it. But Sam, sorry. You understand it this way. Let me ask Ted the same question. Ted, do you think guys can be converted into red pill men from simps?
there are some who can, yes.
You there, Sam?
Yes, sir.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Same question. 30 seconds.
I'm not
Not
counting
15 minutes talking about us.
See, once again, you're trying to...
Not 15
Okay. We get okay. Hey, come on. We're kind of getting off subject here. We do have one lady on. Yeah, we kind of. I don't know if she's still on, but she, we just kicked her to the curb. So I'd like to hear what you got to say about the red pill philosophy and everything.
Hi, thank you. I just really want to say this. I don't know if you ever heard about the brainwashing that the Russians do or did.
I've heard of it.
The KGB. So there's a lot of brainwashing going on in America, in this civilization. We need to get rid of the government. The government is the one manipulating. The government is the one adding to all these situations. Obviously, white supremacy. People don't believe in white supremacy. I get it. There's a lot of ideology, right? I think if we have like some type of understanding of ourselves as women and as men, and don't let the manipulation, and knowing what the manipulation is, and knowing how I don't even know, because we're so brainwashed. We don't even know how it should be or shouldn't be, in a way. You know what I'm saying?
Let her finish. Let her finish.
Oh, sure.
Let her finish. Let her finish. She's been quiet for a long time.
Thank you. I guess the thing is, we're always going to have this situation if we don't take matters in our own hands. And the logical part, women need more logical sense to understand and the outcome of things and the way things are. But like I said, the manipulation comes from the government when they're receiving all this stuff that the man can't give, right? That the so-called man can't give. But I do believe a collapse needs to happen. Some type of, I do come from a third world country, so I do understand the need of a man. I guess at the end of the day, we can sit here and fight and argue, but it's not until we understand the bigger picture and to save our children. But I don't think the red pill needs to just be for men. I think the red pill needs to be taught to women. And not all of it, obviously, not all of it, but understanding why. But definitely the boys. What I'm doing with my son right now is I'm telling him the truth. I am letting him listen to men who are red pilled and who understand that all I want to do is help my son. That is my solution, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say with that. But the more you guys talk about it, the more the men speak out against the bullshit that we women do, we're going to get it. Remember, we're being brainwashed. So we do need our men to stand up and take accountability for their being, and to help this civilization get to a better place than we are now.
But see, the reason it got, like you just said, we've been brainwashed to go against our nature. So that's why everything is chaotic. Women don't know what the hell they're supposed to do, and men don't know what they're supposed to do because they've been brainwashed. They have no identity anymore. Their instincts are no longer valid because they're in conflict of where they are. That's the issue we have because, like you said, the government and all this stuff here is brainwashing people, and they have no idea of what path is supposed to take. And then you have men who listen to women, and they preach to other men what these women told them because they're simps. And then you have women who don't listen to men because they preach to other women on what they're not supposed to do when these women who telling them this have nothing going for them. These women who tell them this are miserable. That's why they're explaining to them they can be miserable too and continue the path. A lot of this society, in my opinion, has been brainwashed. They went against nature. Nature will always win or it's going to be chaotic. And that's where we're at now. Because I've experienced so many dudes come to me questioning me about stuff, and usually I ignore them because I realize we're not on the same page. It's no problem. Do you? But then you get women who try to speak to me, and they're so brainwashed, even though they know I'm right, they hate the fact that I'm right, that they hate me even more for even telling it to them. So it's like a huge, what they call this stuff on the computer, a wall or something, trying to I can't break the wall down. They must break it down. But at the same time, they must want to break it down. Yeah, firewall, they must want to break it down. And that's the issue I think we have. A lot of people don't want to break it down because they don't know that it exists. They really don't have no idea.
So I listen.
So
I want
to try to break it down to them.
I want to change.
They become very.
I want to change the direction of the conversation, right? So not completely, but somewhat. So, Chris, you're saying that red pill didn't go far enough, and black pill completely acknowledges the reality, and they take things to more of an extreme, right? So they're alienating women, and they completely reject the reality of women's behavior. So, and the solution is ultimately to let it all crash and burn. Except if you let it crash, you let it crash and burn. The one thing that you can't take away that's going to come back is we are a society of laws. So, if you're red pill and black pill, at what point? Because at what point do you start making policies and laws that govern your own community, or are you going to continue to let other people do that for you? Like, what's the end game? What's the end game?
Well,
Yeah,
See, under a red pill society, you still depend on laws. You still depend on laws to support your basis. So you're asking women basically to vote with you, to change the society, and to get rid of things that they're benefiting from, that are destroying society, right? In a black field society, you don't need their cooperation. You just tell them to do it, and if they don't want to cooperate, you put a bullet in their
But no, you still have
It's just that fucking simple.
but you still have law. I'm not even talking about women. I'm just talking about how to. At some point, someone's gonna say, just like
And
the
I'm telling
Asians.
you, that after the reset, and after everybody's been weeded out, and you're gonna have, society's gonna be in chaos. There's going to be order. Order is still gonna be there. It's gonna sprout up from the chaos because men are gonna have to rebuild. Once the men start rebuilding, they're gonna reestablish order. And once they reestablish order, they're gonna come with a new set of rules. And that new set of rules, half of the rules that the women had before to destroy society, they won't be there. There won't be. I doubt you'll see women, wearing shoes again.
But this is not really about women. Technically, not at all. Who's going to be making those laws? Because I can tell you, the Asians are going to do it. The white men are going to do
the
it.
same people could just making a law now.
So
Think
what's
about it. Like Crazy said, they reading us out with those shots.
all right? You hear what I'm saying? All right. Maybe you guys are not understanding. Are you still going to have someone else making laws for you, or how are you going to get to the point of writing policy and saying these are the laws of our land? And just look at the Middle Eastern. They say Sharia law. We create our own environment and our own laws. The Asians had laws passed. Believe me, the Asians paid lobbyists to get that done. Whether you call it red pill, black pill, you better believe the men made that happen. So in the black community, this is what the virus looks like. How much ass can I get? And I can fuck married women. I can fuck women with boyfriends. I get all the ass, and I'm being myself. All that bullshit doesn't do anything for who's gonna govern your life. Who's gonna be making the laws to govern your life? That's the kind of stuff I'm
right
saying.
now, I'm governing me.
Yeah,
we are going to govern ourselves.
Yeah, well, that's what's happening now.
It's simple. We're going to govern ourselves.
That's what's happening now.
No, it's not happening now. We're not governing ourselves. We don't have any say so.
Hey, Ted, is Gidget still online?
I am.
Yes.
Hey, Gidget, you mentioned a so-called man earlier. How do you define a so-called man? Just curious. Red pill man? Is that a real man? What's a so-called man, Gidget?
I said so-called man. What reference did I say? Because it must have been. Can I say it again? Sorry.
You don't remember what you said?
What?
She's breaking up. Is she breaking up for
Can you
you
hear me
guys?
now?
Breaking up, Gidget.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
What about now? What about now? Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
I guess when I said so-called man, I can't define what a man is.
There you go. That's a perfect answer. That's a perfect answer. Do you know why? Because every man is going to define himself differently. Richard, that's a vague question. You should know better than that.
Oh.
What did she say? You cut off before I heard her. What did she say?
You know what though?
She said,
Sam.
What did she say? Sam, let me know what you said before you go down that. What you said?
I said I can't define what a man is because I'm not a man. So
Okay, let me say this right here.
So when I said so-called man, I didn't want to say what a man is because you know what I mean? I'm not a man, so I don't know what a man.
Notice how man.
I know what a man. I know what a man is. man, but male
Notice how
versus
men can
man,
describe a
I think
woman.
there's a difference. So, okay. I don't know if that was a tricky question, but
Notice how a man can describe a woman, but a woman cannot describe a man.
Uh-oh.
okay. I can describe a man, what I've seen the men that are around, but I didn't want to,
What I mean
when
by
I
that,
said it,
you can ask a
sorry?
man a question about a woman, and he will go into details to make sure you have a full understanding of what he wants from a woman, what he expects. Ask a woman the same question, you'll never get an answer.
But okay,
No, what you get?
I wasn't asked. I wasn't asked. I was stating. I was making.
No,
okay. I was making
I
a
didn't say you was
point.
asked. I'm just saying, I'm making a statement. Woman can ask a man a question, he'll give you a direct answer. We'll give you an answer to get straight to the point. But let a man ask a woman the same question, she never gives you an answer. She'll go around and deflect and.
So you want me to answer for me what I think a man is?
I'm asking you a direct question.
Exactly.
What
Richard.
would you, as a woman, expect from a man in a relationship?
But you didn't ask that. You asked me. Okay.
I just asked you.
Yeah, that's a direct question. She was asked a vague question, and she gave it a vague answer.
A vague question?
She didn't answer the question.
You asked.
How is it a vague question?
Because you asked her, what does she think a man is?
How's that vague?
Because if you ask every woman on this planet, they're all going to give you a different answer.
No, I'm asking her in particular.
That doesn't make it a vague question.
In a relationship, what do you expect from a man? And in a relationship, what should that man expect from you?
Protection, guidance. Protection, guidance.
So when you get with a man, you get with him because you want him to protect you and lead you. But
yes,
what qualifies you and what experiences would you give to him as far as benefiting him? You told me what you would benefit from, but what would you bring to benefit him for his protection and guidance? And please don't say support and cook.
No, definitely nurturing, peace of mind.
Nurturing. A man just needs nurturing. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
so you're not. That's
what a female trait has, though. Like I don't know what to tell you. I only know what I can do.
That's the point that I'm making. You have no answer. A man doesn't need your nurturing.
Okay, but remember, we're being brainwashed.
If you
that's
let
the
me,
point that I'm trying to tell you.
See, now you're getting emotional, man. You're getting emotional and irrational.
No,
see what
I'm not getting emotional.
Yes, you are.
You're asking questions like you're trying to dig into, seeing what. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. And it's okay. And it's okay.
You're getting emotional. You can't answer the question. You want to let
okay, I'm a woman. But I'm not trying to tell you.
We're adults. No. Let's remove the test. We're adults. We're adults. Now, let's take woman and man out of the equation. We are two adults speaking to each other. I'm asking
you. Yeah, but you're trying to dig into something when I'm not even trying to fight.
How you gonna bring support and all this stuff? We won't even listen to a man.
I didn't say support.
Right now, I wouldn't even deal with you because you just showed me that you're drama. I'm trying to ask you a question.
Oh my God.
And I'm asking you that I could tell you directly what I would bring to you with no drama, with no emotion.
Awesome.
And you're trying to cut me off, and you're angry now. I haven't done anything to make you angry. Then why won't you listen?
You're trying to make me angry with your questions.
Sam, before we go down the path, you're talking about how you can fix water heaters and things like that.
How you brought up water heaters? I can't even talk to you no more because you're getting ridiculous. How did water heaters? I'm speaking to her. I'm speaking to her, and you come to her.
Hang on. You don't know what you say, brother. You don't know what you say, brother. You don't know what you say, brother. You don't know what you say,
hold on,
brother.
hold on. Stop. Richard, chill,
You
chill,
don't know what
Richard.
you say, brother.
Hey, chill, Richard, chill.
The last time I heard you talk, you tell a woman you brought this table, you can fix water heaters, you have problems.
Hey, Richard, let him, Richard, stop right there. Sam, stop right there. Hey, man, look, I don't want to put you guys on mute. Richard, hold on 1 second. Richard, stop right there. Sam, stop right there. Sam, hey, Sam, Richard, Sam, stop. Both of you, Sam, stop right there. Hey, Sam, stop. No. Stop. Everyone stop. Gidget, were you done with answering the question? Gidget? Are you still there? All right, Gidget, you're still there, but what are you doing? All right, you must put me on mute.
No, it's acting up.
All right, hold on, Gidget. Hold right there. Sam, what is it you want to say to her right now, Sam?
I was just asking.
Like, what do you want to tell her? What do you want to tell her? We got what you were asking her. What do you want to tell her now?
There's nothing I can tell her because I haven't gotten a response.
Okay, so she can't answer your question.
I didn't get a response.
All right, she didn't answer your question. Just hold tight. She didn't answer your question, and you have nothing to say from there, correct?
Yes, because I can't carry on if the question's not answered. So I'm through with it.
Okay, good. So I still want to know. I hear the whole thing about we're going to govern ourselves, but to me that sounds like a repeat, getting right back to where we are. That means someone else is going to be governing the lives, and it's going to be a minority of people governing lives all over again, because this is how we got here. We're just going to govern ourselves, and we're really not. That, like, men have to do something. Hold it.
Arab community you were just talking about earlier.
Hold on, Chris. Wait, Chris. What I'm getting at is this: is I get going to red pill and black pill and having awareness. It's almost like see, there's a difference between having a healthy body and being afraid to do alcohol, right? Because if you take one sip of alcohol, you're going to be an alcoholic all over again, right? So how do you get a mindset that you don't have to be afraid of alcohol ruining your life? That's what I'm getting at. Is almost like, so we have to go down this path and completely disown women, and most men are not going to do that. And I get that there's a philosophy that supports it, but most men are not going to do that, not for the long term. So how are men going to govern themselves so that they can get the outcomes they want? And I'm not talking about a relationship to women. I'm talking about an end game and how men are going to govern themselves and create an environment that supports what they want. How is red pill or black pill supporting that? Because letting it all crash doesn't accomplish that.
No, I'm not saying, look, I don't want it to crash. I'm just saying it's inevitable. It's going to happen whether you like it or not. It's going to happen. If you're on the runaway train, it's going to crash. There's nothing you can do. You can not like it. You can talk about what you want to do to stop it, or talk about, changing the mindset of it.
I got it, Chris. So it crashes. If it crashes, what changes? What I'm getting at is like nothing changed except it crashed. And what you're going to do is just repeat history. This is what I'm getting at.
When it happens, you do just like the men in the Middle East. You're asking questions of things that have already happened. The blueprints have already been laid. We don't need to guess these things.
But no one's talking about that. See, like, it's over there, but no one knows how to get there, because They've got, whether you call it brainwashing, programming, a virus planted in your brain, all of that is still prevalent in driving the show. It's still, you still gonna have
right, but even you're being part of that machine right now, though, because you told us that the things they're doing over there we can't do over here. No, the same shit they're doing over there we can do over here.
I never said no. See, I have a problem with men believing they can't do anything. That's my problem, is that men think they're helpless. Once you start telling me about the government and courts, then you just gave up. That's the mindset that will get you crushed even after a crash.
And I'm telling you, after a crash, there's not going to be a centralized government. The government is going to have to be reestablished.
I got it.
I agree with that.
I got it. So it's okay. So if we take this just to looking at black men, how are black men going to actually stop from having their being run over again? Because that's what's happening now.
What's the question?
Black men have a mindset that allows them to be run over. How are they going to stop that? How are you going to eradicate that mindset? This has nothing to do with women. Just look at the move Asians made. This is not about like some Ice Cube, I have an agenda and I want to meet with you and talk about. No, this is about understanding the social political system and knowing how to make it work for you. You put money behind it. You put politicians behind it. You have lobbyists write the laws, and if you want to get rid of all that, fine. But what's the mindset that's going to allow you to govern your lives instead of being crushed once again and having someone else govern your lives? Because that's the mindset that exists now.
Yes, and I've already answered that too. I said they don't want to get with the program off with their heads.
Okay. So that means you're talking about 90% of the population.
If that's what it takes.
Hey, SW, thank you for the.
That's the difference between red pill and black pill. Black pill understand. Black people understand that there's going to be significant losses, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. You can say, you can pose all the questions you want. Talk about changing all the mindset you want. None of that is going to matter because guess what? It's still going to take significant losses. People have to die in order for people to change. Nobody changes without death being on the precipice. Nobody. Look at OSHA. OSHA doesn't step in and change policies in factories until somebody gets hurt. Blood has to be shed.
I agree. That's logical.
So until blood gets shed, no policies are going to change, no mindsets are going to change. You shed the blood.
So how did Asians do that?
Shed the blood.
How did Asians do it without shedding blood? Because they just made a move.
What did Asians do for what? Hold on, wait. What did Asians do for a long time? What did they do when they had daughters? They killed them at birth.
Right now they have 30 million.
I think Chris is right, because 10 years ago, when these cops were killing black men, if they found a cop that killed a black man on Sunday, if they found him dead with a hole in his head on Monday, that shit would stop. So Chris is right. That shit would stop. If they found that cop with a hole in his head the next day, shit would stop.
So why are men afraid?
In other words, nothing is achieved without sacrifice.
No, but why are men afraid to take that? See, Richard, what you said, why isn't that happening now? I mean, technically more white men are killed by police than black men, proportionately. But it's not reported in the news.
Well, Ted, in my opinion, the reason why it's not happening now is because we got this new breed of beta male raised by single females who take this shit. 60 years ago, this shit wouldn't happen. 6 years ago, shopping wouldn't have happened, or America would have burned down, right?
But you got to get that solves nothing. Actually, it set the black community backwards. But they only burned down their own community. See, no one's catching that doesn't work.
Ted,
I'm not talking about that. That's my point. My point is 60 years ago, a white man would have never thought about putting his knee on a black man's neck for 10 minutes and killing that black man on national TV. Because if he had done that, America would have burnt down. Look at Rodney King. It almost burnt down with Rodney King. And what happened to George Floyd was a lot worse than what happened to Rodney King.
You can go back to the 60s when they had riots. Those riots were crazy. I mean, and you had Black Panthers part of that. So they were even more aggressive back in the 60s. And the black community lost every single time in the long run. Their cost of living went up. They had to travel more to go get a job. They lost jobs. They gutted those cities. And now they gentrified
but
those
you're
cities.
speaking as a whole.
Huh?
It doesn't take a whole. It's not going to change. It takes individuals to build a whole, which means individuals must first find out who they are and what's right. And over time, it can become a whole. It'll be a whole, but it's not ever going to just be a whole. It takes bits and pieces to add up. You're speaking, Ted, as a whole, which we can't do because it's never going to happen.
And as long as people think exactly like that and say it's never going to happen, you'll be right. As long as you think that way.
No,
and that is a mindset.
That
mindset has to be eradicated.
People are always going to be different.
Listen, people have to stop saying it can never happen. As long as one person says it can't happen, it's no different than believing a mile can't be run under 4 minutes.
I hear you. But I'm asking you, why do we have leaders? The leader's usually one person. It's not a whole. Everybody else who gets a bond, but not everybody's going to get on board. Because as many people like that leader, you got just as many, if not more, who hate that leader. It's a struggle, and it's going to take time.
Hey, Sam, name one white leader. Can you name a white leader?
Just the government.
You didn't answer his question.
The whole government. Okay.
No. He asked a very specific question.
I don't really know. I know of like presidents and politics.
No, he's asking you a specific question.
No, I don't know.
You know Asian leader?
Exactly.
No, I don't know of one. I just know of politics. But blacks seem to have leaders, so they follow rappers and football players and basketball players and tell their children that's what you should strive to be. So to that child, you don't see a problem with that? You don't see a problem with that? Yeah, I see a problem with that. That's what I'm speaking on it, because it's a big problem. Why? I think everybody should be their own leader. No one has to tell me what to do because I follow my heart. I follow my instincts. I don't need a leader. I've gained knowledge and experience and been around people, but I've always been my own individual. That's why I've always called out a backlash, because a lot of people see something wrong with the things that I said and the way I carry myself. But at the same time, I think because they wish they could do the same thing that I do, but they don't see themselves do what I do, so they choose to chastise and criticize me for being different. That's why I see that only blacks need a leader where everybody else leads themselves.
Black people keep saying it can't be done. That's why.
But why they love basketball and rappers and actors so much?
Because they keep saying it can't be done.
But they follow them. That's the point that I'm making.
They keep saying it can't be done.
Entertainment. They don't follow reality. Most black leaders are killed by their own people.
So
what I'm saying is that I caught so much
Sam, you said something really powerful right there. Let's address that, because that is the problem. See, there's a mindset of embracing things that damage you, and so you can destroy everything and start from nothing. But there's a mindset in the black community that supports being a slave, and that's an ugly thing to say, but it's been there. This is not something this has nothing to do with social media, welfare, the slavery. It's something that's been there a long time. And no one wants to address that. You can wipe out 90%, but you didn't kill an ideology that's been planted in the minds. Black men are way too accepting. That's why they allowed feminism in their homes. And Middle Eastern men are not accepting. They didn't. Asian men are not. The British invaded China, and the Chinese kicked their asses out.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I fully agree with what you're saying. It's just the way that you feel that it will come forth. That I get what you're saying, but it's not realistic to me, because I just think the smaller people of an environment are what matters in the environment. Like most businesses, not owned by the majority, it's owned by the minority. It's the small people that make the difference. But we can't speak as a whole. We must focus on the ones who recognize and are actually trying to do something. That's why I never speak as a whole.
They still have the
because
same
the whole is going to
mindset.
be followers.
They still have the same mindset that got things to where they are right now. And see, no one wants to address
Because
that.
they're looking for a leader.
So Richard just asked you to talk about the Asian leader. Asians just had laws passed in their best interest, and we don't even know. That's what we see on the surface. I bet there are kind of tax breaks.
I think America is sold out.
Sam,
Other
hold on,
countries,
Sam. I bet there are other laws in there like tax breaks and all kind of benefits that they'll get, and they're exploiting people who don't know how to get that kind of power. That's a different mindset.
Sam.
Yes, sir.
Monday, I went to Lowe's. I'm in line. There was an Asian cashier and an Asian customer in front of me. When the Asian customer got to the Asian cashier, she started talking to him in their language.
And they
yucked it up. Yeah, they yucked it up and blah, 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 right? And then he went on, and then she got to me, and she showed me the same courtesy. I can't speak her language, but she was, she was nice to me. That was Monday. I brought what I had is back Thursday. This time the black cashier. There was a white man in front of me. The black cashier showed him all 32 teeth, laughing with him, and talking a whole bunch of other shit. She didn't know what she was talking about. When she gets to me, she just looks at me.
I've like, so many times. That's the
kind of stuff that's killing us now.
I agree. That's why we must speak on it, because I treat everybody the same until they give me a reason to treat them differently. I don't, it's like people are just, I can't really explain it, but I just think people are just so lost that they don't understand that, especially the black community. I don't believe in the black community. I don't believe in that. But black on black treat each other worse than anybody else ever would, but they don't speak on that. They talk about how other people treat us, but they don't speak on how we treat each other.
Bro, that's the end result of slavery.
I'm saying this is way before slavery. That's the mindset that gets you.
I'm talking about what Sam talking about right now.
But see, you're not. Listen, what I'm saying is this. That's the mindset that gets you to slavery. The black community is back on a path to slavery. They just don't see it. In 30 years,
I posted that today.
The average net worth of a black person in 30 years is going to be negative. And 50 years after that, it's going to be worse than you think. And you've got a stripper culture and a whore culture, and you have a lot of guys that support a whore culture, and they brag about it.
Let me ask you this. You remember they banned cartoons like Pepe Le Pew and Yosemite Sam because it's violent and sexist and racist, but they let Cardi B and other people twerk on the Grammy. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Rubbing coochie together
I got
on live
it,
TV.
See, there needs to be a conversation. There needs to be a conversation about power. This problem goes way back before slavery. This is a mindset that gets you to slavery, and history repeats itself because people usually don't learn. That's why history repeats itself. And it's doing it already. And no one's paying attention.
That is very true.
No one's learned in the history. We're back on the
Well,
same
no,
path.
I'm not gonna say no one. Certain individuals learn, but once again, they're not the majority.
I don't know if I can see that said, because if you don't know something, then you're ignorant. You're ignorant. And I mean that generically. I'm not saying that about you. But if you don't know something, you're ignorant. And when somebody tells you something and you never get it, they keep telling you over and over and over again, you're not ignorant, you're stupid. Right? And I think that's where we are now with a lot of black women.
Whoa.
Wait,
Richard, you're saying ignorant or stupid, but you said that's where we are. Which that is to which you're referring?
Black women are stupid.
Okay. Got it.
Because if they were ignorant and they didn't know, then when they joined a group like this and heard the discussions between men, they would go, "Oh, I never thought about that. Oh,
okay.
I understand that."
All right. So
they want to argue.
Is it all right if I had say something about that right there?
Richard, I've got a woman here on YouTube live with me, so let's hear what she has to say. And Gidget, are you still there? Let's see, is Gidget still there? I don't know. Go ahead, Deanna.
Okay, so I've actually been called ignorant on this live, but it was just because I couldn't answer a question, specifically SW's question that he asked earlier. And I had just answered it the best way that I could, but I was called ignorant because I didn't answer it the way that men wanted me to. So wait, hold up. So is it that we're ignorant because we just don't know the answer and we don't want to know, or is it because we're ignorant and we would like to know the answer and just like to actually have a conversation about it? Because that's what I was trying to do.
Don't talk over her. Just let her. No, Richard and Sam, let her talk. Just let her. She's been sitting here for a long time.
So I came on the live because I wanted to know, the answer to the question, and I wanted to have a genuine conversation and just talk about it because you guys want to have a woman's perspective. You want women to come on the live. You want us to be knowledgeable about what you guys are talking about, but at the same time, it's kind of like we get bashed and we are called names, and just because we don't know what you're talking about, but it's like, we came here for your perspective, for you to explain to us. Does that make us ignorant? Because that's kind of what it felt like.
No one's bashed you. No one's bashed you or called you ignorant.
That's right. Nobody's done that. He's right. Nobody's done that.
I was literally called ignorant on this live.
No, she's talking about 2 weeks ago. Or last, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Well, she needs to go back. She needs to go back and talk to whoever did that. Then, not her, because we didn't do that.
Okay, but I was talking to SW, and then somebody had came out blue and was calling me ignorant and saying that, they were disgusted with me. And I was like, I'm kind of confused because I just want to have a conversation. And it's kind of hard to have a conversation if, I'm being called names, people want to talk over me. I can't, get anything in. So it's just, I'm coming here for knowledge, and that's about it. And it's kind of hard to do that if,
knowledge coming with lies.
Right, so
no one called you ignorant. No one bashed you. Okay, carry on.
No, that someone did. Someone did call her ignorant. Yeah, it's recorded too.
Well, she needs to be specific then. She's just saying SW and ignorance and bashing. Well, I know I didn't do it. If you say who did it, but you just speaking as.
Well, I don't know his name. I just know that I was talking to you and I was trying to answer your question.
On this call tonight, did anybody call her ignorant tonight on this call?
I just know that I was trying to talk to you and answer your question the best way that I could. And then he had came on and he called me ignorant. I don't know what his name is. I couldn't see his face or anything like that. But I was just kind of confused because.
Say one person. You just said as a whole you was called ignorant and bashed.
that's broad. You need to narrow it down to say one individual said that.
But if people are coming on the live and I'm not saying it's everyone, but it's just like certain people will come on the live and it's like they don't give they give a bad energy when it's certain women like me that just want to come on and just want to have a conversation with y'all.
I want to have a conversation, but these people don't know you, so who cares? Just be you.
Sam.
And
Okay.
and that's what I was.
All the night called you ignorant.
Are you asking me? I'm sorry, you were breaking up.
Okay. Who? As Sam would say, who? As Sam just asked, who called you ignorant on this call tonight?
Nobody has called me ignorant tonight. What I was just saying was just, are we, because we were just talking about the topic of being ignorant. I was just saying, are we ignorant for what, just because we don't know answers? Because that's what we were just talking about. Just because we don't know what men want, but we come on this live to know. We come on this live to specifically know what you are thinking and your perspective. So it's like, how does that make us ignorant if we want to know and we want to learn from you guys and have a genuine conversation? That's all that I'm saying.
Hold on.
You're pretty much proving what men say.
Hold on. She's asking.
You're an adult.
No, hold on, Sam. I think I see what she's saying. She's asking a question. She said she heard someone say, Richard was saying there's a difference between ignorance and stupidity, right? So I think what she's saying is that she admits to being ignorant about certain things, but she doesn't want to be called ignorant. She just wants to come here and learn instead of being called names. I think, is that what you're saying?
No one called her ignorant. That's what I'm trying to understand.
No, listen. This was about 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was last week. I don't remember. But I think she's saying if she comes here to learn because she doesn't know, is there a better way that men can engage her instead of just telling her she's ignorant because she doesn't know?
Let me ask this. Can she just ask the question? That way we can give her an answer to her question instead of speaking on a dialogue that no one knows what she's talking about because we haven't done that.
Let me answer Ted's question. She can come here and listen to us talk because Ted's group is about exchanging ideas and things like that. Nobody called her ignorant. I don't know what happened 2 weeks ago, but nobody tonight called her ignorant.
My thing is, Ted, not Ted. My thing is SW. We were on the same live. We were having a conversation and that happened and you didn't say anything. So it was just like, I came here out of my curiosity. And just because I didn't know the question that you were that you wanted me to answer in your way, I just answered it as best as I could. And, people just kind of jumped on me and it was just kind of like, well, like, you want women to come on here, but it's like we can't really get a word out. We can't like have an actual conversation. That's the only thing. I have no problem with listening, but if you're gonna like not do the same respect for me, huh?
Sam, I can hear you better than I can hear her. Does she think I called her ignorant?
That you're not aware of something. Ignorance only means that you're not aware of something. No, it's not an answer. But what we're asking is just say what's on your mind so we can give you an honest answer from a man's point of view.
So now they're asking you to, what is it you want? Hold up. What is it you want to engage the men in right now? Or do you have specific questions for them for tonight? So you got it. Someone says something that they called you ignorant and it was not appreciated on your part, but they're asking tonight. And so I think what she's asking is permission to be able to ask something without having answers or the right answer without being called ignorant. She wants to engage in a conversation.
But nobody called her ignorant.
No, Richard. No, I'm saying she's saying this is what she'd like to have.
Okay.
So I'm asking, what is it you want to engage the men in right now?
Just a general conversation. So if you have something that you want women to understand, and then a woman comes on, like, let's just kind of talk about it, because we might not know what I might not know what you're talking about, but I would want you to explain it to me, because like it's kind of like I don't get that when I come on here. It's kind of like, oh, you don't know, she's not ready and all that. And I'm just like, well, I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to figure it out, and I'm not sitting here and trying to say that I'm trying to tell people how to talk, tell men how to talk at all. I'm
Okay.
just saying it's just better.
Can I pronounce your name? Is it Deanna?
Hmm.
Please just say what's on your, just ask your question, or just give us something to go off of. You're talking about stuff we know nothing about. Right now, we're focusing on now. Let's speak
My
on
question is, why can't men and women have an actual genuine conversation?
That's what I'm doing. That's not a question, that's a statement. Okay.
No, that was my question though. And then you're saying that you don't want the background, or you don't want anything else to come with it. But I'm trying to explain to you what's.
Give us an answer. You said 2 weeks ago. We're focusing on now. We don't. You couldn't tell us who it was or what you just said. You was called ignorant and you was bashed. I didn't see none of.
Well, I'm sorry if you wasn't aware of that, but that happened right when you was on the live. And my thing is, you guys want women to come on here. You want them to talk, and you want them to speak and have and conversate with you, but we don't get the same respect that we give you.
Hold on, Deanna. Hold on. So, do you have a question about red pill, black pill, MGTOW in it? Do you want to engage the men in anything around that right now?
Well, I pretty much said all that I had to say in the chat, and
wow, see what I'm saying?
Well, hold on.
They don't know how to communicate.
Sam, hold on. So
well, see, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm trying to have a genuine conversation, and then you're telling me shit like that. It's just kind of like,
Deanna, hold on. Sam, hold on. Okay, so I think you may not know. Not everyone is on YouTube. Some of them are on Blog Talk Radio, and it's only audio, so they can't see your chat in YouTube. So they don't have any privy to that conversation. So they would like to have a conversation with you.
Two adults.
Sam, hold on, Sam. So they like to have a privy to a conversation you had, and they know nothing about it. So what's the conversation you'd like to have around that?
well, I know that we were talking about.
She's about to say something. She said something. She started something. Sam, let her finish.
I know that we were talking about earlier about how we were talking about single moms, and that's kind of when I had came in, and I was just kind of questioning. It hasn't been single moms this whole time for generations. This kind of just came about in like the past 2-3 decades, where women were raising their children by themselves. And so I was just wondering why and how, when that all started, because something had to happen. And so I was wondering, did men become too feminine? Did women become too masculine? And because you can't really just blame, single moms. I mean, maybe that woman was raised by also a single parent, and like there has to be a connection to that, whereas you can't really make the best decisions if you don't have a solid family background and history to guide you off of. And, huh?
He wants to answer your
question. Can I give you an answer?
Sure.
Okay. You are in charge as a woman, female. That's your womb. Now, last time we spoke, you said you wanted to be a wife one day, and I brought up how many men have you been with. The thing about it, if you want to be a wife, men don't want a wife who's been around and who's been promiscuous before him. Now, as far as single mothers, they hold all of the cards. They decide when a child is going to be born, if it's going to be born, or who they decide to let inside of them. Plus, they have 1,000,000 forms of birth control. So it's no such thing as blaming the man at that point. That was all on the woman's decision for choosing to get with him, for choosing not to use birth control, for choosing to be with multiple men, and then at the end of the day want to say, why are there so many single women? Now, man, only thing we can do is what our nature tells us to do, which is procreate. But we cannot do that without the woman's help. So you ask why there are so many single women, it's because they choose and look for the wrong thing in men, or they're not thinking at all, and they choose not to be on birth control. They choose not to use a condom. They choose not to get them tested, and then they choose to put them on all kind of reliabilities when they choose to have the child, even if he chooses not to. That has nothing to do with the man at that point.
Can I respond?
Sure, I was through.
Sure.
So that wasn't really what I was asking. My
Wow.
response my response is to what you had just said is that who my response is who are raising these women though to be single moms? Either you didn't have one or the other in the household. So either you grew up being raised by a single dad, or you grew up being raised by a single mom, or you grew up being raised by a dysfunctional family. So
No, bro. Sam, she
Okay.
Sam, she didn't interrupt you, man.
Okay, I apologize.
so my only thing is it doesn't really have to be man or woman. I just want to know how did this came about, because this didn't happen say 50 years ago. You didn't hear anything about single moms. You didn't hear anything about I mean you heard about men going to work and then the moms raising the kids. That's about it. Hold on. Hi, can y'all hear me?
I hear you. That might be a
Okay.
little. Yeah, that's even better.
Oh, okay. So you didn't hear about all that. I just want to know, like, how did that came about where it was to the point where you had single household families? It doesn't have to be just a single mom. It doesn't have to be a single dad. I mean, you could even be a dysfunctional family. It's just my question is, when did that came about, and how did it affect the families to where it had to become to us the offsprings having a single household and they having to raise their kids by themselves and then not making the right decisions where they had to be in that situation?
Sam, you still there?
She was speaking, but I couldn't hear the last few words. But the last thing I heard was, where did it come from? Okay, from my knowledge, from what I've seen, one thing is that the government always, pretty much 99% of the time, gives, when a child is born, custody to the female and all of the responsibility on the men.
Well, do you think that
And
that
also, women come up with songs and music and sayings that we don't need no man. I can do fine all by myself. Men was never saying this. That was women saying that. Men never said, I don't need no woman. I can do fine by myself, etc., etc. That was women saying that. It wasn't the man putting women on child support and trying to get the women locked up and holding the child away from the woman. Men, when they have the child, the few that do want the child to be involved with his mother. They want the mother to be a part of it. But it's not the other way around. Women hold children away from their fathers out of vengeance and whatever the case may be. That's not the men doing that. That's the women. So it's like it's like the blunt has been put on men when it's not the men. Men want to be there. A lot of men travel the country and spend thousands upon thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to court. Where the woman go to court, her representative is paid for by the court. The man got to pay for his own representative. It's like you don't understand that men want to be there for their children, but the women hold the children against them, and then the children end up hating the man. And by the time the child is an adult, where they can speak to their father, the damage done been done. That has nothing to do with the men. Now, you can't show me
on the amount of women who then pass up 1,000 good men to get with that one bad boy. A lot of good men talk to women, try to get to know them, but they say they're lame, they're nice guys, he's boring. Then they go get pregnant by whoever and say men ain't crap. That got nothing to do with the men. That was all on the woman and her decision.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Sure.
So I was just thinking, this is my theory. So when I feel that maybe the reason why it's the way where the men, they have to pay child support and they're the ones getting locked up and they're the ones getting blamed for everything. Maybe that's just how the government is kind of set up to be, where they protect women more because they feel that women can't handle themselves, they can't provide for themselves, and they feel that's their husband's job. But,
Now, someone has noise. You keep going. And
but
what noise that you're moving your yard furniture or a grill, whatever that is, go on mute.
but maybe that's how just
Deanna,
yes,
you know single dudes, right, who have they don't have any children, no wives, right? You know of them, right?
yes,
Most of these dudes stay by themselves and they cool. Now, let's get to women who stay by themselves. A lot of them are getting help and they're angry and miserable because I'm just giving from man's point of view, women are not made to be by themselves. When they're by themselves, they pretty much throw themselves to society. They get online, they go out there and put on tight clothes and put their jeans up in their butt. Men don't do that. Men go to work, we stack our money, and we go home, we go shoot pool or whatever we do. Women got to put their pants in their butt, put on tons of makeup, say they working when they're getting the man in jail, they're getting government assistance and child support. Then when they have a child, they hate the child because the child reminds them of the man that's not there. So once again, I don't think that's the man's issue. Because when we see our child and the mother's not there, we don't hate the child. But a woman sees the child and the father's not there, that child reminds her of the father who's not there, who she pretty much knew didn't want to be there to begin with.
I
So
agree
take
with you.
government assistance and take away the hate of the man, because the men don't do that to the women. Men, actually, we don't really ask for child support. We don't ask for nothing. But the women ask for everything, then they get it, then they still blame the man. Well, all the man did was the same thing the woman did, was to have sex.
I agree. But do you feel like that's just kind of how our society is built? If the government is giving everything that the world,
We can't put that on society. We're talking about the individual woman, the single mother. That's an individual. She's an
all right, but
individual.
just hear me out. So I'm just saying, if she's
Woman has
going to take you to court for,
Hold on. Sam, let her finish.
I'm saying if she's going to take you, if she's going to take you to court and she wants to, get child custody and all that good stuff, but it's like the government is allowing her to do that, and it's
Yeah,
almost like women are having
man,
to
we say the government made us.
just hold on. I'm getting there. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Okay.
It's just kind of like women are also using the government as a clutch where they don't have to really do anything or they don't have to go out their way to provide for their children. That's my thing that I don't disagree with as a woman. I don't think that you should be, I mean, it's cool if you're on food stamps for a little bit because you're down bad and all that, but I don't think that you should rely on that. And that's where I feel like a lot of women, where they go wrong, because they want to go ahead and they want to get child support and they want to do all this. They want to be on food stamps and be on Section 8, but they're not really doing anything to come out of that at the same time. And it's like we're depending on the government to be our man, to be our husband, to be the father to our child, when we can do better for ourselves, where we don't have to be in that situation. And also, I do feel bad for men, because you're right. Y'all don't have to ask for anything. You don't have to ask us for a damn dime other than to see your children. That's about it. So I do feel that it's unfair on that part. But go ahead. I'm going to let you speak.
Have you ever heard of a man keeping a child away from his mother?
Where I'm from, yes. I'm not gonna lie. But it wasn't on like, it wasn't on a ignorant stuff. It was just the child really couldn't be with their mother.
She was a bad mother.
Have you ever heard of a man trying to get the mother locked up because he was mad at her?
No.
So where is the issue lying?
I'm saying that the issue is lying because we're letting the government kind of dictate how we're letting women also live and raise their children, how they're raising their children. Because women, they're using the government and their aid as a clutch. That's all that I'm saying.
Okay. How many males have you seen raised by a father who came up homosexual versus males raised by a mother who came up and turned homosexual? The same men they say they hate. That has nothing to do with the father, because they didn't. When a child reaches 13, 14, 15, then the mother says, go live with your father. I can't handle you no more. At that point, it's too late. That has nothing to do with men. It's all irrational, emotional anger that women have against men when the man was just being a man. But she trying to change him or control him. Then she has the child to lock him in for the rest of his life. That has nothing to do with men. Men are not the one doing all of that.
Mm-hmm. But
That's all I'm saying.
Certainly, on the contrary, some of these men is to blame for the soul ties they created with these women that's creating these.
I mean, you got your exceptions to every rule. I'm speaking in general. Men are not the one creating this chaos.
Sleeping around with these problems. We
probably now you're speaking on an ethical. You're speaking ethically. We can't speak ethically. It's not realistic. You look around, people are dying. Okay.
That's my logic. My logic is common sense. Hell, if you don't sleep around, we wouldn't have any problem.
What I'm speaking is that realistically, we can't. If everybody lived by the code, we wouldn't need laws. So you're speaking on like a unrealistic view where it's
ain't nothing unrealistic about men,
but the women know. You trying to say that women don't know the type of dude they're getting with? A lot of these they have sex with all these dudes. Why do you think the Maury show? Why do you think the Maury show is still on? Why do you think the Maury show is still on TV to this day?
Because of the foolishness that we done allowed in this, the kryptonite dog on society.
No, because the men are saying they're not the father.
That's what I'm talking about here. When my woman get pregnant, look here, when she get ready to drop my baby off in this where I'm gonna tell the doctor to draw that cord blood right there on that dog in the delivery room, dude. I'm gonna know whether or not my child is who they say.
Well, I'm saying, see, once again, you're not being realistic. You know the percentage. You know the percentage of paternity fraud that's going on now is sky high. Where these men thought they was the father.
Sleeping around. They out here sleeping around.
You know,
I ain't sleeping around.
He's speaking on you. You're an individual. There's 7 billion people on this planet. You know the percentage of men who are,
the billions don't represent me though.
You know the percentage of men who are paying for a child or sign for a child that is not theirs because the woman lied to them. But they got nothing to do with being a single mother. I'm speaking on being a single mother.
But what I'm saying at the same time, they chose to be a single mom. You ain't have to open your legs. That's what I'm talking about.
I agree with that. I agree with that, but the fact is it's happening. And what I'm saying, she asked about the state of what we're in now. That's what I was speaking on because women, for some, a lot of women have children just so that they can have someone who they feel will love them. It has nothing to do with the man. It's a selfish act. They know the man is not in their life, but they choose to have a child, one, to get back at the man, two, so they can have someone that they feel will love them, but then they hate that same child they wanted to love them because the father's not there. How many women have put their child in the freezer and ovens and killed them? You don't hear men doing that stuff.
Well, that's called postpartum depression.
And it's
I've
why
heard of that.
what I'm saying is that men do not go, usually don't live off emotion. They want to do the right thing. Whereas a woman would slash your tires, burn your house down, all because you didn't answer your phone.
Who's to say,
All I'm saying is
just
that,
out of curiosity, who's to say I ain't supposed to do some of them same things you just talked about?
you're speaking on you. You're speaking on the individual. I'm speaking in general. Single motherhood is all up to the mother. The man had nothing to do with that. That was her decision.
Like you still open her legs.
But they pass up a million good, I'm going to say it again, they pass up a million good men to get pregnant by a dude who they barely know, if they even know him at all, and then say he's a deadbeat. That's all I'm saying. We don't hold the keys to birth. The woman has to find a decision, which entails logically the woman is in charge of single motherhood. If they wait till they get married, stop getting this high body count and all this other stuff, it will be no, the Maury show wouldn't exist. But it does because it's reality.
Okay.
The women hold all the cards when it comes to childbirth, not the man.
So, Sam, can I speak on that?
Of course.
Please do.
So, when you're saying that, like everything that you're saying about the Murray Show and everything, that's a certain type of woman. That's not every woman that no. Okay. That's okay. I'll go ahead and go into it. That's a certain type of woman that you see on the internet where, they just want a baby daddy or they're, being whatever that type is. There's women out there that aren't looking for baby daddies, that are looking for actually someone to start a family with and be genuine with. But I feel like social media does come into play, and where you see women on social media, you see them on media, on the TV, they're having these opinions, but that's not every woman's opinion. And that's what I'm trying to get through to y'all.
Let's be real. Let's be real.
But just let me finish. Just make it right quick, and then you have your turn.
Wait, Sam, let her finish, Sam. Let her finish.
So when y'all seeing these women on these social media platforms and you see them on media, they have the same mindset. They have the mindset that they can do everything, that men are trash and all this, and they're feeding that to women that are watching it. They might not have that mindset, but they're watching it. And I feel like not every woman has that mindset. I will go on, I will see The View and the Red Talk table, and I'm just like, what are these women talking about? It's just not every woman has that mindset where it's like, oh, I can do bad all by myself, and I don't need a man, and all this, that, and the third. And it's like, well, no, you're kind of making your life harder that way. Not every woman thinks that way, but what you see on social media, what you're seeing on the Maury Show, what you're seeing on The View, what you're seeing on the Red Table Talk, that is just one opinion. It's one opinion from one lady, and she has her group of girlfriends that have that same mindset. That is all that is. You need to find women that don't have that opinion, and guess what? They're not going to be on social media. They're not going to be on the Red Talk or The View. They're not going to be on the platform because they're not those type of women.
That sounds good, but in reality, when a woman goes out, let's take your female friends. Are a majority of them married or a majority of them single or single mothers?
All of my friends are single. We are young and single and free.
Okay, they're not virgins. We know that. We don't have to touch on that. Let me ask you,
Okay.
when they go out, are they dressed feminine or are they dressed provocatively?
See, my friends, we're not going out and doing the things that you're thinking that we're doing. We're going out, we're going to a paint and sip.
Here's the question then. When you go out, do you see most women dressed respectfully or provocatively?
When I go out, I see most women dressed provocatively, but those are not the people that I associate myself with. That's the thing that I'm trying to get.
I'm not talking about you. I'm
Not
speaking in general. So when you go out, you see most women dressed provocatively. And most of them, from my experience, from what I hear, are talking about getting that bag, talking about getting that money. And a lot of them are angry. You don't see too many men that are angry. You see a lot of men that are upset and tired. You don't see too many angry men. I'm not angry. I am tired. But I see women who are angry. That you speak to them, they will go off on you. If you say hello, they frown at you. You don't see men doing that.
and I
Men
don't
would
associate
still
myself with
sit
women
inside of
like
the
that,
road
women that are just
man
mad
will
for no reason.
change her
Deanna,
tire.
Deanna, let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
You see women on the side of the road with a flat tire or in trouble. She knows some dude is going to come to her rescue. Whereas the men, we know that we in trouble, guess what? We are in trouble. No woman is going to come to our rescue. You got a lot of women who spend all day in the mirror looking at her butt and on social media, but when her man or boyfriend or husband gets home, he don't even have a frozen pizza because they're online or they're focusing on attention because he's at work, so they mad at him, so they seek attention elsewhere. Men, we don't do that in general. We are thinking about providing a financial foundation to support those who matter to us. I don't really know of any women who are getting a financial foundation to support anyone but herself. And that has nothing to do with children. That's just, in my opinion, a woman's nature. Men open up to a woman, she uses it against him and calls him weak. Women open up to a man, we're supposed to listen and be understanding. If something needs to be done in the house, the man is expected to do it. If something's wrong with the woman, the man is supposed to take care of it and try to fix it. When anything is wrong with a man and he looks towards his woman, he's considered weak and a beta. So men only have ourselves. Women have a lot more. That's what I say. Women don't, in my opinion, try to understand men. We're just seeing it's disposable. We're supposed to be some kind of, I don't know what y'all think we're supposed to be, as if we don't have emotions and feelings. But a man cannot speak about that to his woman because she sees him as weak, because she's only concerned with herself for the most part. Men don't really get on the phone and call their mother and father and talk about his wife or his girlfriend. But a woman would get on the phone and drag the hell out of him. Men, we don't do that. We try to keep it pertaining to what matters, which is our household, our woman, our child. We don't get the government involved in our business. A woman can sit here and say, he raised his voice to me, and call the police and say, what they call it, I forget the term, some kind of verbal abuse. He can go to jail to be kicked out of his own home. Men, we don't do that. We want to make sure your car clean, that you got food to eat, that you got nice furniture. Women ain't concerned with that when it comes to a man. She thinks she's doing him a favor by cooking him some hot dogs. Or that's about it. Most men don't even come home to a bath. They come home to a woman on the phone or she's asleep looking at TV. He got to cook his own food, run his own bath water. The point that I'm making, because men, we don't really ask for anything. We just ask for peace, silence. If you're not saying anything that needs to be heard, don't say it. But we just ask for some food when we get home, a nice environment that has no drama, because drama is never necessary. Men don't really create drama. You got a man who creates drama, then you got the wrong man. But in general, men don't create drama. We just get up, we just want some breakfast, we want to go to work, know that we're working to provide for the people that we care for. We want to come home to a meal and a bath and peace. Women wake up, spend 2 hours in the mirror, pull their pants up in their butt, put on makeup, do all these jumps to their hair.
Sam, so I have a question.
It's like,
hold on. I have a question for everyone listening and in the chat. So my question is also, I'm posing it as a solution. So if you look at the black pill, the red pill, and these are men who are saying they're more aware of what guys were in the past, and they want to see young guys be more aware and make better decisions. So is the solution really is the solution for men to completely take charge of the situation and enforce arranged marriages, so this way their daughters are not marrying the wrong person? Now, some guys may have done a great job raising their daughter, and she may make better decisions. But is the solution really
Pico Pablo.
to stop the bad boy thing, to actually have fathers be significantly involved in a woman's choice of a spouse, no matter what age she is? Is that a solution?
I saw your lips moving, but I couldn't hear the last sentences. I didn't hear the last question.
I'm just asking, or could arranged marriages stop women from being with the wrong guy and being single mothers? And if the father's involved and she wants to walk, he's got a vested interest. It's like, no, I helped choose that guy. The father could say, look, you're just acting immature or whatever. The father can help resolve the situation by saying, look, I chose a guy who I think is right. You're my daughter. I know you. I think I know what kind of guy is going to treat you well, and I chose the right guy for you. Or he has a significant influence on who she chooses, and she doesn't get pregnant. Like the father has way more involvement in a woman's life and who she chooses to marry and be impregnated.
I don't think arranged marriages would change anything. It may have a small percentage. I'm speaking on the West. I can't speak on the other parts of the world because I haven't been there. But a woman's nature would still overrule, in my opinion. Whereas this man in an arranged marriage understands it's my job to take care of my family, take care of my children. Now, a woman's nature, you would think would be to take care of her man and nurture her children. I'm only speaking for the West. I don't think that would happen because she's already been diluted and mentally going through some stuff. Whereas unless this women usually get what they have from experience growing up. If they haven't seen their mother doing all of this for a man, they have no idea of how to do it for a man. They didn't see their mother catering to their husband.
Well, hold on, Sam. Do you understand? If you're going to have an arranged marriage, that means you need to raise your children to get the best person they can get. And someone put like, it's just going to be men trying to get women out of their league. You may not, just because you want the woman doesn't mean the father's going to approve of you. So the father's he may say, no, you might want my daughter, but you don't qualify.
I get what you're saying. I get everything you're saying. But you can take a dude, like take me. I was pretty much raised by my mother, but I still, against all odds, and everybody trying to brainwash me, was still a man because I stood my ground. A lot of men, boys, ain't gonna do that. A lot of girls, you can raise them in that, but they would still, only speaking from the Western United States point of view, would be exposed to the opposite. So in this country, I don't see arranged marriages as working. In other countries, I do because that is pretty much the culture. So I can only speak for the United States, but for women in the United States, I don't see arranged marriages making a difference because they've been contaminated to a point that unless they're going to associate with any other woman, except for a female that was raised in the same culture, they will become not corrupt, but what's the word I'm looking for when you add something to something that's natural? I can't think of that word.
Training.
It's
That's
not
what you're talking about.
What is it?
Training.
Complaining?
Training.
Tainted. Yes, it's like in the United States, it's so much exposure. I don't see women in this country unless once again they're kept away from society. They're going to follow their nature. And you take a dude who wasn't raised in an arranged marriage mindset, he's not going to know what a man is supposed to do. He's going to be out here worried about fashion and worried about something else.
But see, Sam, you're not. I don't think you understand how it works. If the father meets the son and says, "All you think about is fashion, get the hell out of here. You're not marrying my daughter." It doesn't.
No, I get what you're saying.
A father's not going to allow certain men by his. So all the stuff you're saying is irrelevant because if the father is.
But that's if the father's in the household.
No, but see, this is what
I'm saying. In the United States, the fathers are not really allowed in the household. They're pretty much the women are being warned to get rid of the father.
There are plenty of households where the father's there. People have to stop just talking about the single parent household as though that's the only household.
But we have to be realistic in the United States.
No. Listen.
Single parent household.
If that's all you can talk about, you're ignoring the fact that 2-parent households exist in large numbers.
No, I agree with that.
In large
I'm speaking
numbers.
Realistically.
We don't eat statistically. They exist in large numbers. Large numbers.
I'm not saying they don't exist, but let's go back to what we were speaking on earlier. These large numbers are being ran by women.
No. Listen, you have about 18%. If you talk about the black community, it's only about 18% of black men who are out there making a bunch of children, right? Most black men don't even have children, right? And they're not.
A lot of these black men are not raised in household with a man that's in charge.
I understand, but we keep trying to step over the ones that are. I was raised in a listen. I was Sam. I was raised in a 2-parent household, so we're not going to ignore me. And I know all the people I know were raised. All the guys I know, most of them were raised in a 2-parent household. The town I lived in, there were some single mothers, but it was rare. But your father was very much involved. We didn't have teen pregnancies. I didn't go to a school like that. There are lots of men like me. We cannot ignore them just because this is the reality. This is the reality. There are millions of men like me. There are millions of men who are involved in their daughter's life. And if those men get to have a greater say-so and say, hey, that guy is only worried about fashion, I don't want you marrying my daughter. It's not going to happen.
But the fact is, Ted, a lot of these young men are not raised in 2-parent households with a prominent
then
father.
They don't get to marry. They get ignored.
But that gets to the point that I'm making on why arranged marriages, in my opinion, not really going to work in the U.S. because these men don't know how to be men.
No, you dismiss those men. You just leave them to die.
No, I agree. I understand.
Just leave them to die.
But
why are we talking about them? They get left to die. Now you get the men who actually are going to do something and do right by life.
So that goes to what I was saying earlier about the minority. When I was saying the individual is a small percentage, it's what makes the difference.
But it's the numbers are bigger than most people think, and we don't even acknowledge it. We act like they don't exist. We keep talking about these single-parent households.
83% of black women are.
No, that's the children. 83% of the children, but that doesn't mean that that's the 83% of the households.
Okay.
See, there was a different number.
Man, Ted, you're speaking with some sense, man, Ted.
83% of children. Now you have to factor there are a lot of single mothers with multiple children. So they have a lot of children. But you have to look at there's about
does need to be.
There's about 30% of if we just look at the black community, but if you look at the nation as a whole, there are lots of fathers in the home.
It sounds good, but in reality, we can just open our eyes and see the truth.
Well, you just let the people you're talking about, you let them die, because if the father's involved, they don't have a chance.
That's why I agree with the reset. That's why I agree with the reset. But outside of the reset, what we see in front of us is reality.
But here's the deal. But you all don't seem to understand. You are part of what's happening. So when you do a reset,
no one said that we wasn't a part of it.
No, listen.
You said that we didn't say that.
No, listen. Here's what I'm saying. You're part of. If most people are heroin and crack addicts, and that's most, and you do a reset, all you're gonna have is a reset with heroin and crack addicts.
No, because it's a reset. They don't know anything about heroin and crack.
They're still addicted. You didn't get rid of their. No, Sam, you're not understanding. You don't get rid of the addiction just because you did a reset.
Well, so you're not looking at my point of view either. You saying the reset is going to still, when it resets, the same mindset is going to be in place. No, because it's reset.
No, Sam, you only have one brain. Do you understand neuroscience? You didn't gut out your brain.
But no, I'm not talking about neuro. I'm saying
Sam, you have to talk about the reality. You still have the same brain. You're still addicted to the. Listen,
I get what you're saying.
This is what happens when you give a person, you give the average person a large lottery ticket. They have no idea how to manage money, and what happens is they're worse off. So you reset their life by giving them $20 million lottery ticket, and they won. Now their life is a reset.
Realistic, man. We gotta be realistic.
No. This is the mindset of people. You reset their life and you give them $20 million, and what do? Their life is worse off.
You're not being realistic. You're talking about giving someone $20 million.
No, Sam, you're not comprehending what I'm saying. I'm saying if it's money or you change society, it doesn't matter, because what you're bringing to the table is the same thing you had before the reset.
It does matter, because let's go back to the virus. You take a computer, you remove the virus. Now, anything that gets on the computer is due to what you did on that computer.
So how are you going to remove the virus, Sam?
No, what I'm saying.
No, how are you going to remove the virus from human beings? I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Sam, that's what I've been saying. Now tell me how you're going to remove the virus. That's what I've been asking you guys.
Once the virus is removed.
No, how are you going to do it? Don't tell me once it's removed if you don't know how to do it. Listen. I'm asking you a straight question. I'm asking you a straight.
You're telling me how to answer the question.
No, I'm asking you a direct question. I want to know how you're going to remove the virus.
Unless the person knows how to remove it, they have to get someone else to do it. But what I'm saying, once the computer is back to resetting, it's up to that individual and what that person does in that computer to determine what will happen to that computer from that point on.
All right. So I want to hear
That's what I'm saying.
All right, I got you. So this is the question I was asking more than an hour ago. How are men going to invest in themselves to get the virus removed? And no one answered my question. And that question's on the table. How are you going to do that? How are you investing in yourself?
To get my answer to it.
No, how are you investing to it? How are you investing in yourself to get it removed?
I'm telling you, to get my answer to it. I see you talking, but I can't hear anything. So to get my answer to the question, how do I invest? By being me, by doing what I know needs to be done as an adult to take care of my responsibilities and priorities, to put money away so I can take care of myself, and to talk to people, whether they want to listen or go by what I'm saying to them or just do their own thing. So, that's not much more. I can't force anything down people's
I've got
throat.
Bad news,
All
Sam.
I can do is lead by example.
Sam, I've got bad news. Everything you named is the virus.
Okay.
This is the thing that people are not getting. You think that I'm just going to be a better version of the virus. I'm talking about remove it. And when I ask how's it going to be removed, no one has an answer. So I'm going to stop it there. No one has an answer. I accept that. Deanna, I talked about arranged marriages. You're a woman. What do you think of that?
Well, I feel it depends on where you were brought up. Because well, I don't even think it really depends on that. It's, I feel women, if they are forced into a marriage with someone that they don't necessarily want to be with, they're probably going to resent that person, resent their kids. They're not going to be a happy person in that marriage. Um, I don't have much of an opinion on that because I don't know anybody that has been through anything like that. So I'll just leave my comment at that. But that's just kind of how I feel as an outside perspective.
What if your parents know you well enough to choose someone like there's not one person you're gonna marry this person? Look, you're dating someone and he's okay. There's another guy over here we think would be a better choice. Or they say you're dating someone and we think he's going to ruin your life, right? So we think that's a bad move. There are two other guys over here I think you should look at, and you get to know those guys. And your parents think that they're a match because your families are very similar.
Well, I would definitely take in consideration what my family thinks because that's very important to me.
Right.
If they feel that we would be a match, I mean, I wouldn't mind to just try it out and to see how things go.
Right. There's mature communication. You treat it as an adult. It's not like you're a child. You go marry this person and that's it. I mean, that people have a movie idea of like arranged marriage is almost like slavery or something. Like you're pulled into something. No, but like your parents want to see you with a good life and they want to see you be safe and happy and and have healthy grandchildren, right? So if your parents care about you, they're going to be looking at someone who's a match. I think people have immediate negative. I'm listening to all the things Sam is saying, and if what Sam is saying is accurate, then he's saying women are making poor choices, and perhaps it's easy for a man to smooth talk and just tell a woman what she wants to hear. Except if you get the father involved, he can't smooth talk the father.
Well, I just think it's also on if you were brought up in that religion that does stuff like that. Because I'm not brought up in a religion that does that, so I don't know anybody that does that. But say if you were a person that was brought up in a religion that does that, there's probably plenty of people around you that are living in happy marriages, and they were like, yeah, we were. It was assigned by our parents. Our parents, matched us up, and we're happy. This is what happened. But that's just from my experience. I haven't experienced that. All I can tell you is what I know, how I would feel, and what I've seen on TV, and that's probably not the best opinion.
Right.
Does either one of y'all know of anyone in the U.S. who was in an arranged marriage?
Yes.
And so you know someone who's in an arranged marriage in the U.S.?
Successful. They're from India though, but yes, and they're successful.
No, that means they came here from another country.
No, it doesn't. They were born.
Let me be specific. Anyone born in the U.S.
They were born.
Do you know of anyone born in the U.S.
Yes,
who's in an arranged marriage?
I just answered your question, Sam. Yes, it's the same answer. Yes. Their family is from India, but they were born here.
That's just their cultures, their customs.
Let's remove other countries. You know what I'm trying to say, man. People in the U.S. who weren't from Arabia or the Middle East who was U.S. citizens, born a U.S. citizen, their families was not from some other part of the world. Do you know of anyone in this country who's in an arranged marriage that turned out successful? Because I can't really compare the two as far as arranged versus individual choice if I haven't seen the percentages of success versus failures speaking directly from this country.
Yeah.
Okay,
What,
so Sam, I have a question. Have you met anybody that was appointed to an arranged marriage that actually failed?
I don't know of anybody. That's why I was questioning Ted, because
okay.
no one that I know who was born in the U.S. is not from another country. I had never seen an arranged marriage in the West in the U.S. So
But
that's why
you don't know everybody in the US. Just like how I was saying, I've never been exposed to anything like that. I mean, neither have you. I haven't been exposed to anybody that has been into a successful arranged marriage or a non-successful arranged marriage. But I'm not going to exclude the fact that people don't have arranged marriages in the US because people probably come over and they were born in the US, but they have their cultures and their customs still by where they came from.
Right. Right.
Okay.
So
I'm
Sam,
gonna go back to what I just said.
let me give you an
People who I
example.
know throughout my life who were born in the U.S., not from another country, I've never heard of an arranged marriage
So
going
Sam,
on
Sam,
within
Sam,
that.
hold time out, Sam. Time. We got you. We got you. So here, let me give you an example. I had a long conversation with a woman who's born and raised in the U.S. I forget which state, but she's born and raised in the U.S. and so is her brother. And she got together with a guy, and she could not marry this guy without her father's involvement. So they literally, and her father and her parents are from Ghana, but she was born and raised here. But here's how it went down. Her parents, her siblings, her aunts, her grandparents met with the potential groom's parents and aunts and uncles, and they talked. This took months of them meeting and seeing if it was a good idea. And in the middle of all that, the father disagreed and said, I don't want you to marry him. Now, she's here in the United States, born and raised here, and you know, she lives as someone from the US. She's got a PhD in engineering, so she's well educated. And her father said no. So now the potential groom had to go to the father and convince him why he would be the right guy. And he did that. And the father gave his blessings and they got married. The point I'm making is the father had such a strong influence and involvement. And even when this now they're married, when they had problems, the way it was set up is the family still had involved, like the family had a vested interest. So when they started having some friction in the marriage, there were some elders they could go to who helped them work things through, and they were better off. So I'm just saying that perhaps people need a better support structure for marriage, because right now people are trying to figure it out on their own, and it's failing.
I don't agree with that, Ted.
And
I don't agree with that. What people need is
so,
a foundation of a mother and father and grandfather and grandmother and great grandfather and great grandmother for them to observe and experience.
Sam, but wait, Sam, do you understand? Sam, I think you don't understand that this outright choosing your spouse is very new and it's failing.
No, did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, Sam.
I'm talking about the foundation.
No, but that foundation still had major influence on who you chose. See, it's not that
they don't have a foundation these days.
No,
they don't have a foundation.
No, Sam. What I'm saying is a step beyond that. Is that there's influence in who you choose. Just having that foundation is not enough. You've got to have more involvement from the father in how a woman chooses a man.
But the fathers are not involved in
Sam, I'm talking about the millions of households that have two parents only. That's all I want to talk about.
And what's the result? Okay, what's the result?
What I'm saying is that there needs to be a greater structure. So whether you call it arranged,
it sounds good to say, but in reality, that's not what's happening.
You keep talking about what you came from. I didn't come from a single parent household. I come from a two-parent who came from two-parent households. But there are millions of people.
In general in this country.
No, listen, there are millions of people like me And we need to address that, not to keep saying, well, they don't exist. They do exist. It's a very different mindset. We can't keep ignoring it. So if you raise
I'm
your
not
daughter,
ignoring it. I'm just speaking reality.
no, reality is not, your reality is not mine. That's not reality for me, what you're saying.
But when you go outside,
it's not reality for
see?
Millions. I don't
That's
see,
not
I don't
reality.
live in the hood, so I don't see that. Where I live, I see
They got nothing
two-parent
to do with the
households.
hood.
I see
Okay.
two-parent households where I live. When I go outside, that's what I see. It's what I'm trying to get across. Not everyone lives in that
I
environment.
understand what you're saying, but you're not looking at my point of view. It's like you just overruling everything.
No, I said let them die.
And
Let them
focusing on
die,
you.
Sam. Let them die.
I'm not disagreeing with what
Then
you're
why
saying.
are we talking
I
about
fully
people
agree
who?
with everything that you're
Then
saying.
let them
I
die.
agree with everything that you're saying, but I'm saying that's not the reality of what's really going on.
No. The reality is that, see, this is why if you look at a corporation, there are managers who are horrible managers because they spend all their time trying to make underperformers better instead of working with the high performers and making them better.
You speaking on analogies. Let's speak on reality, man.
I just
talking
gave
about
you
the realities
okay.
and $20 million being given to someone. Let's speak on what's really happening.
And everything I said
All
is
we
really
see is
happening.
Videos, OnlyFans is off the chain. Women got tattoos all over their body. They see nothing wrong with single parent. If a child is raised in a single parent household, this child sees nothing wrong with a single parent household because they wasn't raised in a two-parent household. So there's nothing wrong with that. They don't see that as being abnormal. All they know growing up was a single parent household. As far as they're concerned, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Why don't you go to a different community, Sam?
He's speaking on communities and me.
No, why don't you go somewhere else?
I can't compete with analogies, man.
No, when people say this is what my reality is, go somewhere else.
I don't get what you're saying. What you're saying, it got nothing to do with what's going on. You're saying go somewhere else. You can't tell them children to go somewhere else.
No, you're a man. You're a man.
And go live in a foster home.
You're an adult. You're not a child. Go move somewhere else. Go be
That's
around different.
Speaking as an adult.
No, go to
a
higher socioeconomic
get
class.
Up and leave their household.
Date women in a higher socioeconomic class. In the affluent classes, less than 10% are single mothers.
But you have to. But you telling future fathers to date women in a different class. But these fathers were raised by a single mother in that particular class. They don't know anything about the other class because they wasn't raised in that.
Why aren't you educating yourself?
I just told you I talk to them all the time.
No. Why aren't you educating? Why aren't you educating yourself to function in a higher socioeconomic class?
What they got to do? Why am I educating myself to function how I'm doing that? With me,
no. Why aren't you functioning in a higher socioeconomic class? Leave them to die. Go to a higher socioeconomic class.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and hop
off. More money, have better foundations, and they have more of a stable household.
Said, have a good night. SW,
right.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. I didn't want to be rude, but I didn't know when that was gonna end.
All right. Take care. Bye.
All right. Night.
Sam, they absolutely have more stable households. Absolutely. They have the
I don't know.
The single mother rate is less than 10%.
I can't really agree with that, man.
I'm giving you the facts.
My point of view, I can agree because if the household has more money, that means the child's going to come out better.
It's not. It has nothing to do with money. See, you all don't understand is how they educate their children and the involvement.
You just said socioeconomic class. You just said socioeconomic class. That has to do with money.
Do you understand? Do you understand that there's a mindset in a certain socioeconomic class? That's why they're successful.
They may be successful financially. I'm speaking on family values and foundation.
Exactly.
Money, I'm not talking about financial gain.
No, I'm talking about their divorce rates are very low in higher socioeconomic class, and the marriage rates have not dropped.
So basically what you're telling me, it sounds, that's just like saying a person who has money is happy. A lot of
I
people
never
have
said
money,
that. I
commit
never said that.
suicide, and they overdose and they do dope.
I'm giving you statistical facts. So you gave me statistical facts for poorer families that have single parent households. I'm telling you, there's
I
a
don't
class.
think money has anything to do.
No, listen.
With,
Listen.
okay.
Single mother households are responsible for about 75% of poverty. So it has a lot to do with it. What I'm saying is that they figured out something else. And that's why they're able to raise both their children. I mean, both their children in a two-parent household.
So you're saying that women in high socioeconomic classes not divorcing their husbands and raising terrible children?
It's less than 10% of single mother households in affluent classes. Less than 10%.
All right.
See, you all see the sensationalism of Bill Gates and other people.
See, anyone mentioned Bill Gates?
No, just understand what I'm saying is that you see the
even Bill Gates getting a divorce.
This is what I'm saying. You see the sensationalism of that, and it seems like
what sensationalism? Because he has money does not make him better, in my opinion, than anyone else. Because he has money. He's getting a divorce himself because he had a side chick.
I'm using that as an example to say.
But that's what I'm saying. We can't use it. We have to be realistic.
No,
I'm about $20 million and giving someone. That's not realistic.
You haven't even let me finish my sentence.
Okay, my apologies.
I'm saying you see, it's more sensationalized in news when rich, wealthy people get divorced, but the numbers are low, extremely low. And I'm not saying they
so that
arrange.
Means that children have a good foundation on what a family is about because they got money.
Nope, I'm saying that they have money because they have a good foundation.
No, they got money because someone put in the work to provide that money. It got nothing to do with raising a child. Money is only really used to pay for the house, pay for the necessities, not morals and principles.
I suggest you do some more research on that because I'm talking about an affluent class. They're actually raising their children to be successful.
Yes, financial. That's what I'm saying.
No. They're raising their children.
Morals and principles.
No, they're raising their children to be successful in life. Money's part of it, but they're raising them to be successful.
I'm talking about family and foundation.
And they're raising their children. Exactly.
Okay.
They're raising their children for that.
So let's just say you take someone and give them a whole bunch of money. All of a sudden, they're going to raise a good child because they got a bunch of money.
See, this is why you're not listening. This is why I have to use analogies. You give someone $20 million and their life is worse off. Money doesn't do it because it's a mindset. I already used that analogy. You didn't like it. This is what I've been setting up.
I ain't saying like it, but I'm saying I don't think it's realistic.
Money has nothing to do with it. You're raising a child in a healthier environment where people intentionally want to create a healthy environment. They even
so you're saying children who are raised in healthy environments financially are not out here robbing and doing dope and getting and having out of wedlock children?
I'm saying that it's less than 10% of wealthy people, wealthy
because
women.
Less than 10% have that type of money.
I'm saying less than 10% of affluent families, less than 10% of women in affluent families become single mothers.
And once again, less than 10% of families have that kind of money. That's why the ratio is so low.
No. I'm saying, look, if you have 1 million poor families and you have 100 wealthy families, those 100 wealthy families, less than 10 of them are going to produce single mother homes. It doesn't matter.
That has nothing to do with morals and principles.
How do you know that?
Because rich people, because they have all that money, do what they want to do. They not worried about consequences because they got the money to bribe and pay off people and not care.
Okay. So see, this is one of the things that they're doing is they are setting up environments to make sure their children are highly intelligent and prepared for life. That they can make decisions that are in their best interest as an individual, and if they have a family, they can make good decisions for their family. This is what I think that's what you're missing. They're raising their children. They're preparing their children for life. This is not about money.
Push. I get everything you're saying, Ted, but you're not trying to get what I'm saying. That's the thing. I get what you're saying, but it's like you're not trying to get what I'm saying.
You're saying the same thing that people have been saying for decades.
No, what I'm saying is that money does not make a person a better person.
And you're saying
that's all I'm saying.
You're saying the same thing people have been saying for decades. I never said anything about. I said a fluke. I'm talking about a socioeconomic class of people who are raising their children to be prepared for life.
So if a child is raised with a lot of money, with two parents in the household,
said that. You said
he obviously is at work. He obviously is working a lot. I don't know what she's doing, but you think that's going to make the child a better person?
I'm giving you statistical facts, right? So there's a mindset.
But not that many people have that kind of money. That's why the ratio is so low.
No, listen. There's a mindset.
That's what I'm trying to say.
There's a mindset that they've done a better job of protecting their mindset from having that virus planted in their brains, and they have a greater sense of making responsible decisions.
So let's just take all the rich people now who have $500,000, $1 million a year, who have children.
Right.
You think their children are good people? You think their children are not spoiled and arrogant? You think these boys who are raised in these households don't go out here and do their thing along with the girls? Because they have more resources to be able to do it with. That has nothing to do with principles and character. So they just have more money to make it happen.
So then people will stay exactly where they are forever.
Now, I'm not saying that you said that. What I'm saying, I don't think money makes a person a better person or a worse person. I'm focused on principles and characters that they observe while growing up in a household.
So here's
not finances, because they had the finance of everything. I'm speaking on people who have to go off of what they observed growing up. And if they have high finance, meaning the father's working a lot. I don't know what the mother was doing, but that doesn't make them a better person than someone who didn't have all of that.
So let me give you the other fact, Sam. The average millionaire in the United States didn't come from money. The average millionaire did not come from money. Yet the average millionaire who's married has an exceptionally low divorce rate. What they did is they understood compatibility.
Because the wife.
Sam, you got it. I'm silent. I'm silent when you speak. So
you're right.
These are people who do a better job of making decisions when they choose a significant other. And the result is they choose someone who works with them, who's compatible with them. And even there are a few stories of guys who lost everything and they slept out of the car with their wife, and the wife did not leave. They were poor, Sam, but they turned it around and came back. But they were better prepared for life. So you're thinking these are all people with silver spoon. The average millionaire in the United States was not born in a wealthy family. They earned it. They saved money. They started a business. That's the average person. That's a millionaire. And they have a very low divorce rate. See, people say things without doing the research. They don't have the facts. The average millionaire does not come from money.
Well, I'm saying money has nothing to do with a person's character and morals and principles.
So what about when they lose everything and have to move in with their parents, with their pregnant wife, or they're sleeping out of their car and the woman is still with them?
Okay, let's bring up money, since you brought up money.
No, I said they lost everything. They lost everything.
I'm going to take what you say and put it in perspective. Let's say I got a substantial amount of money. A broad is way less than likely to leave me versus if I worked at someplace making $40,000 a year.
That's
Women
that's not what the research
that
shows.
she can benefit from.
No, that's not what the research shows. I'm telling you, it's not
So
showing.
you saying women are attracted to men with money?
I'm saying the guy lost everything.
Okay, you're right. I mean, we have to agree to disagree.
No, the guy lost everything and she did not leave him.
You saying she? I'm speaking as a whole. Okay, we have to agree to disagree.
No, but you haven't done. You're talking based on what you've seen. I'm telling you based on the research.
I didn't. No, I'm not saying. I'm speaking as far as human beings, not what I've seen. Money doesn't make one person better than another. It just means to have more money. I'm
talking about when people have lost it.
We're not going to agree on this.
They've lost it all.
We're not going to agree on this.
They have no money, but they turn it around
and got more money.
No, they had they were average people. They didn't come from money.
But they still got money and turned it around and flip-flopped and made more money. That's what I'm saying. It's all about money. I'm not talking about
not.
Money.
It's
That's
about.
Why I say we have to agree to disagree.
It's about a mindset that got them there. It's the mindset. It's not the money. This is what's being missed.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I just don't agree. But that's what I'm saying. That's not going to change. So I can't really say anything else on that.
And so this gets me to what my whole point is. As long as the same mindset exists, nothing's going to change. You do a reset, you start all over again with the same mindset, and you're going right back to where you were. And that's what people are missing. It's not about money. It's not about racism. It's not about laws. It's not about a reset.
Okay.
And that is the thing that's missing. So I got it. You want to go red pill. You want to go black pill. I got it. Women lie. All these things. What if men don't develop an entirely new mindset? I'm using affluent people as having a mindset that they're able to actually go through a reset, but they have a mindset that will put them back on top. But if you don't change if you don't have the mindset to begin with, a reset won't help. The virus has to be removed. And that's the question that has to be answered. How do you remove the virus? Because if you can remove the virus, you can do a reset without destruction. I'm going to close it out. And you may still be struggling with what I'm saying, and that's okay.
No, I get what you're saying. I just don't think you're trying to look at what I'm saying.
I do. I've been hearing what you've said for 5 decades.
I get what you're saying.
You've been saying listen, you're repeating stuff that people said before you were born. I heard this stuff before you were born, I promise you. Before you were born, I heard this.
I'm not debating that. I'm not debating with you, Ted. I'm just saying, I look at your point of view. I just actually look at my point of view.
That's and your point of view is what's been happening, and it doesn't work. It's what people have been doing for decades. We have proof it doesn't work. I've been listening to exactly what you've been saying for 5 decades, and it hasn't worked once. Hey, thanks for joining the Cowboy Monk. Yep. Hey, I'm gonna close this down. That's what I really want you to get, Sam, is that mindset has been regurgitated over and over again before I was born, and it hasn't worked yet. And people keep saying, you don't understand. Yes, I've been listening to it. It's a broken record. And I know I'm being forceful about it. I understand that. So any last words you want to say? And Country Boy, you still there? Any last words you guys want to say?
All I'm gonna say to you, because I don't want to sound like we spending ideas, but the red pill is the way to go, and a lot more men need to wake up and embrace it.
All right. Sam, you want to say something?
Yes, I fully agree with the red pill. And I mean, I agree. But it has to be brought to their awareness. So that's the only thing.
Yeah. So at some point, men are going to have to sit down and talk about this virus and get rid of it. Because there's going to be very little progress if the virus is still in play. So, and that may be more of a private conversation as opposed to a public one. And I don't know if, yeah, so I'll leave it there. As always, guys, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. And I'll be back next week and we'll chop it up. This was intense. So I'm glad the ladies joined us. Thank you, ladies. And I'll see everyone next week. Take care. Goodbye and good night.